I almost got you a larger one here.
Tiny one. This training is to focus on transitional issues of the military child, and especially those whose parents are separating from the military, be it retirement or just separation. The event is free, and our target audience is for those who work with or support military-connected students and parents. If people are interested in attending the training, they can contact the school liaison office at 384-7500. Second topic I'd like to bring up is our school age program. Our school age program is helping students as they're planning to change schools due to the Mount Spur closure. So we're working with those parents and the students as they prepare to attend either Orion or Aurora Elementary School next school year. This before and after school care program is committed to assisting those students with a smooth transition, and we've got some information if parents are interested in that. And the third thing I wanted to bring up was I met recently with the 5 elementary school principals on the installation to discuss how do we better integrate some of the services that we provide to military connected families, targeted specifically to some of their after-school programs such as cross-country skiing, fat tire bike riding, ice fishing, those type of things. So we're looking at better ways to integrate the base community with the on-base schools. So pending any questions, that's all I have.
Any questions? Okay. Well, thank you as always, Colonel. It's a pleasure to see you.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
for your
Thank you for your
service.
time.
Yes. Next one, we have our Native Advisory Committee report.
Hi, that's me. My name is Ricky Lind, and I'm the staff rep to Title VI. I also teach music at Kashula and Winterberry. If you're taking notes, I have 8 updates for you. The first update being that our 700 teal color graduation honor cords for graduates who receive Title VI services have been ordered. And our Title VI director is drafting a congratulatory letter for these graduates. And there's approximately 300 or so. I don't remember the exact number, but she has that. With a congratulatory letter to accompany the cord, and we're going to be stuffing those as a committee. And we recruited our family members to help stuffing those. And the committee members have volunteered to prepare those envelopes for mail out, and Doreen Brown is working with ASD admin to ensure that the teal cord is listed in the graduation program as a student who receives Title VI services. And the second update is from a previous action item we had, the draft of, you would call it an administrative regulation or an AR, for Indigenous students to wear traditional formal ethnic regalia at their graduation ceremonies has been written and will be provided to ASD high school principals for review, then proceed through ASD approval processes. I just realized what I'm reading is up there, so this is cool. Sorry if I make any mistakes. The third discussion item, we have a youth rep. His name is Kenneth Huffer. He reported to us that any actions taken by ASD Student Advisory Board, including a concern for possible cultural appropriation at graduation ceremonies, such as wearing a Halloween costume or a MAGA hat or a KKK suit, something that's not Indigenous. So they're now composing a resolution to support traditional formal ethnic regalia for graduates at graduation ceremonies. The fourth one, on the national side of Title VI, I attended the National Indian Education Association Hell Day, which is held every year. It was in February this year, and Title VI sponsored my music substitute for the week, and NEA, which is our teachers union, sponsored my travel expenses. And many teachers and school members from across the nation were there, and I recognized 4 friends that I had met previously in 2018 from a NEA American Indian Last Native Caucus. And that revealed to me that we need recruit fresh new leadership in all of our organizations. Like, if I'm recognizing 4 friends from a previous event on a national level, a lot of us are just doing the work, and I think we should recruit more leaders. And every year, NIEA charges attendees to visit with their state reps regarding initiatives. And this year, they were regarding infrastructure, the Esther Martinez Act, and Section 9. And for them, that means the BIA schools, their attendance to those schools, so they can't really do any structural changes. For example, an air conditioning unit in a BIA school in Arizona that's been broken, they have no control over it because they don't own the building. So that was their concern on the national level. Esther Martinez Act being more Indigenous languages in our schools. And Section 9, tribal colleges. And so Alaska feels kind of safer in comparison because for our infrastructure, we have really safe schools in our state. And I'm coming from a rural single-site district myself. Dillingham City Schools is where I'm from. And also Southwest Region Schools. So our structures are pretty safe. For Esther Martinez, Alaska is already a step ahead with the Type M cert, which means in my previous district, Dillingham, we have community individuals that teach a language, but then they're also getting their teaching cert at the same time. So they're able to do that. And also we have the Yupik Immersion School started this year in our district. And they're in kindergarten, and then they'll do first grade and so on and so forth. So we're already kind of a step ahead of these guys, which is really cool. And Section 9, my little brag about Section 9 for Alaska is Native Student Services at UAA and Rural Student Services in Fairbanks, for which I would not be sitting here today. I got my music ed degree in Fairbanks and then my master's in ed leadership at UAA, thanks to those two offices. I'm really grateful that they're there. So I feel like Alaska is a pretty safe place in comparison to the nation. The fifth one, Title VI concerns. Our community members recognized Governor Dunleavy's budget, but Title VI director informed us that the proposed state's budget is preliminary and it's not considered to be a state's budget. In addition, ASD, our budget is still pending finalization, but I came to our meeting, thank you, the midnight one. ASD Title VI has begun an audit of elementary schools who have yet to visit the Native Heritage Center, and our director, Doreen Brown, will give an update. Our community members have concerns regarding ASD boundaries, especially those who live near Diamond High School, but they're zoned to attend South High School. So transportation being the key challenge, since parents are already at work and then maybe their child misses the bus, they stay home because they can't walk to South from the Diamond area. The sixth one, we have some opportunities coming up. Immediate upcoming event this month is Gusbuck making, which is our traditional hoodie. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. And an update to follow from Doreen. It's the Culture Connection activity of the month. Our statewide summer programs for students have been emailed to our students via Google Drive. I tried to do a miniature one on my own from Deed, because Deed sends out an e-newsletter, and I filtered out all of the student activities for the summer and posted them on my Facebook. Title VI did the same thing after I did that, except with all of our programs, ASD and non-ASD alike, and it shows what the program is, what the duration is, where you can get the application, who it's meant for, who it's sponsored by. Everything is on the Google, and if you want access to it, you just have to email me or Doreen or Carrie Wood from Title VI. The Title VI will host 3 enrichment sessions this summer. The theme is Maritime. Project Kala, the theme is Ice Age Indigenized Upper Grades. Evening programs are every Wednesday at Wonder Park Elementary. There's tutoring, there's an open gym, and they enjoy cultural activities while they're there. If you have any questions about this section of the report, that's when you ask Doreen Brown, she's our director. The 7th one, we have some celebrations. The Native Leadership Club at East High won the Dreamer Award from the Spirit of the Youth program. And I'm only familiar with the Spirit of the Youth program because my brother won an award back in 2005, I think, all the way from Dillingham, where he composed some music, and it was really key to the band's success there because the Dillingham band was so small back then that the sheet music that we had on file wasn't working for the band. So my brother arranged some of it, and he won a Spirit of Youth award for that. Title VI student rep Charity Rapati was recognized as the 2019 Champion of Change, and she visited DC same time I was there, and I didn't even know she was there. So she visited our representatives too. And the 8th and final thing, most important, it's our upcoming events. This week is when our Title VI grants are in review. We'll have a public forum regarding our programs on Thursday, March 21st. We finalize our grant applications on Thursday, April 18th, and we'll have our annual spring board elections tentatively held for Tuesday, April 23rd. It's really difficult for us to get quorums, so we even have members dial in, but for our elections, we ask that they be there in person. So that's going to be an important meeting date, April 23rd. And all of our meetings are here in the Ed Center in the Orange Room at 6 p.m. The public is welcome to attend. I'm personally planning an Indigenous teacher and admin meet and greet for right before the elections on purpose, because I serve a 2-year term. This is the end of my term, and want to find my replacement. So if you have any questions, see Carrie Wood at Title VI. And I'd like to thank Carrie Wood, our Director Doreen Brown, and the committee for all this data that I compiled for this report for you. Do you have any questions for me?
Board members? Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Thank you. Thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to call for the Finance Committee, and I believe that we have a guest here, Ms. Snelling.
We do. The Finance Committee has not met since our last meeting, but today we are honored to welcome Senator Natasha von Imhoff up to the front, and she's going to do a quick presentation on just the state of the budget and probably some relative to education, I imagine, as she is a former school board member. And so we're just happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for inviting me. So next slide. Okay. So I really appreciate being here. It's nice to get out of Juneau for a couple days and see the sun and talk with people. So today what I'm going to talk with you is to kind of give you a brief overview of the events that led up to where we are today, and then where we are today, and future of what are our choices going forward. And I'm going to give you both a fiscal and political overview because they both complement one another, if you will. So what this is looking at our general fund revenue for the state, and that is the dark red line. You can see starting in 2013, there was a big drop, and it did a free fall for 2 years until 2015. Then it leveled out through 2018, and then it took a big jump in 2019. I'll explain that in a second. Expenses took a while to drop accordingly, and the big drops were in capital, which is green, oil and gas tax credits, which are yellow, agency spending, which is education, fish and game, Medicaid, etc., that's the blue. It didn't drop much. Collective expenses clearly exceeded revenue for several years, where the colored bars were above the red line. That is deficit spending. Things changed in 2019. This is the first year the legislature passed a POMV, that's a percent of market value. It's a 5.25 structured draw on the permanent fund earnings reserve account. Here, revenues and expenses almost matched. But for the 5 years previous to that, how did the state fill the gap? The budgets passed these last few years did require significant draws on the CBR, which is our constitutional budget reserve, or the state savings account. When you add up all the draws in the CBR since 2014, it's about a little over 13 billion. As of the end of December of this year, there was a balance of 1.7 billion in the account. In an effort to control total spending, Governor Walker, along with the legislature, did appropriate a reduced dividend for fiscal year 17, 18, and 19. Now for the political backdrop. As a result of that reduced dividend, Governor Dunleavy ran a campaign to pay a full statutory dividend, as well as pay back the remaining dividend owed. And he proposed to do that by reducing government spending by 1.6 billion in order to afford it. And I also want to remind you, Baggage also ran on the same campaign to pay a full dividend. So we would be here potentially with a slightly different set of circumstances, but there's no way to pay a $3,000 dividend, which you'll see here in a moment, without at least some significant cuts. Next slide. So where are we today? On February 13th, Governor Dunleavy dropped his proposed budget. No agency was spared. There were cuts in everything across the board. It includes a $1.9 billion payment towards a permanent fund dividend, which is about $3,000 per person. So far in Senate hearings, we are not seeing a lot of explaining of how the administration chose the specific cuts that they did. But please keep in mind, and I stress this is an opening proposal. There are 60 legislators that want to get their grubby hands on it, and we're going to make lots of changes. Okay. So to give you a little bit of an idea of the magnitude, the red bar is the permanent fund payout. The permanent fund dividend is now the largest agency by far. It's 37% of all general fund spending. $1.9 billion for the permanent fund could cover the general fund budgets of 12 agencies: administration, commerce, correction, education, environment, fish and game, labor, law, military, natural resources, revenue, and the university. This budget has shown a bright light on the interplay between government operations and the size of the permanent fund dividend. I've been quoted to say, I don't think we have a fiscal crisis. I think we have a priority crisis. So what are our options now? We can accept the budget as is. We can keep the big dividends as well as restore all the funding to the budget, and we can spend down the earnings reserve account to help pay for it, which is about $16.4 billion in it right now. We can institute a sales tax, an income tax, or corporate taxes, and I'd be happy to ask questions or answer questions if it's the will of the board at the end of this presentation. Or we can spend the next 2 months working on the budget and add back some of the cuts, reduce the size of the dividend, and present a new zero-sum budget that is balanced, reasonable, and sustainable over the long term. So going through the list, it is the legislator's job to work the budget, so we're not going to rubber stamp it. Number 2, if we continue to operate in deficit spending mode, the models show that we will run the earnings reserve account dry in less than a decade, and we won't have any money to pay for permanent fund. If we pay the back payments of the dividends that were short funded, we run out in like 6 years. Number 3, there is not much discussion for an income tax at this time as long as we continue to pay a 4-digit permanent fund dividend. The feeling is there's no support for taking your wages and depositing them into your checking account. So the 4th option is what's happening now. Thanks, Mike. The budget takes time. I think what's going to happen is, we met with the House and the Senate recently. The House is meeting with their subcommittees, as is the Senate. It's daily, it's weekly, it's constant, and there's 17 agencies. So the House is meeting, the state is meeting. The House is hopefully going to try to get their budget done soon, maybe by the end of the month, if we're lucky. They vote on it, they kick it to the Senate. The Senate is also going through the subcommittee process with education, with health and social services, you name it. When we get the budget, we'll change it, because that's what we do, because we like to have our own mark on it. Then we vote on it, and it's different than the House's. So then the House and the Senate will have their own budget. That's probably mid-April. Then we begin to meet with conference committee, and we'll negotiate the differences again and again and again until we have a product that we both can agree on, and then we vote to confirm. Then we give it to the governor, and the governor will either line item veto, accept the whole thing as is, or reject the whole thing as is. And we have no idea. If there is somebody who's really good at playing poker right now, that would be the governor. We have no idea. But we're in conversations, the House and the Senate, and with the administration on a constant basis to kind of see where everyone's at. So we really don't know where the ultimate balance is going to be. So somewhere in the middle. That's all I can give you right now, like a true politician. Okay. As we evaluate and work on the budget, the legislature is looking at the impact of its dollars invested. Because we have limited dollars, I don't think that as long as we pay a permanent fund dividend of really almost any amount, we still have a capital budget. I'm the defender of the capital budget. We need debt reimbursement for schools. We need to pay down on the port. There's a lot of needs, not just operations. There probably is going to be cuts. So we're looking at data to help inform our cuts, and data in all sorts of areas, not just education, but in health and social services, the ferry, the university. We're looking for the best bang for our buck. So here, when it comes to education, how is money invested in education translating to student academic achievement, graduation rates, and ultimately successful adults? The legislature is looking at things that you can control, such as class sizes, administration to teacher ratio, and special programs offered, as well as we are looking at things that are beyond your control, like poverty, and we're definitely watching the cost of healthcare. So there are some things that you can control, and the legislature is paying attention. You recently voted to add back the middle school model. This raised class sizes by 3 students. I ask you this, does any other Alaskan district have this model? What other districts in the Western United States have this model? Maybe a better alternative to provide extra planning periods for teachers and to keep class sizes small is to do a rotating schedule, or do what Diamond High School does and has a Monday morning planning period once a week. In October of 2017, 85 administrators received bonuses or raises of 10% or more. It was valued at over $1.5 million. The new contract you voted on just this past fall had teacher salary increases, but did you add any more teachers to lower class sizes? When you compare Anchorage to Fairbanks, they have a lower administration ratio than Anchorage does. Did you know that? Last year, I helped carry a bill that you asked for to consolidate schools. I understand that you've consolidated 1 school. Is there any more in the queue? What about reconfiguring K-8 schools? What about middle schools that are 6, 7, and 8? You asked for this bill. I'd like to see more movement. What are you doing with the Eagle River schools and the earthquake? The Senate is looking at programs all across departments to look for the best bang for our buck. What are finite dollars the state needs to look at to look at what is working and what is not, and we are looking at data to help guide our decisions. So here's what I'm going to look at a series of data. I'm going to show you what we're looking at. This is peak data because this is what we have right now. There are some folks who don't necessarily want us to use or want to use peak data to evaluate teachers, maybe instead using MAP data, MAP data, or a combination of both peak and MAP. And I've heard that some people don't want to use tests at all to evaluate teachers or schools. That's fine. I am open to suggestions. But whatever you put forward needs to be easily understandable and acceptable by teachers and parents and the community. It needs to be used, or it should be able to be used, to compare schools and grades over time, as well as compare districts with each other. For now, we have peak data. This is what's available, and this is what I'm going to use today to illustrate a point. Here are all the elementary schools in Anchorage. We are looking at 2018 PEAKS data for English language arts. This is the total combined score for each school, normalized against percent of economically disadvantaged. So what does this mean? You will notice that there's a line running down the middle, sloping down to the right. As the schools whose number of students are identified as economically disadvantaged increases, which is the x-axis going back and forth, the percentage of students who scored proficient in language arts decreases, which is the y-axis going up and down. Each school wants to be above the line. If you are above it, your school is outperforming its peers, specifically those who have similar demographic students. As you can see, not all schools perform equally. Not all schools do the same things with their funding. Some perform better than others. There appears to be variability even within a district on how those funds are spent and ultimately turned into a successful student experience. I did this statewide this past September here in this room, and I showed all 53 school districts. I spent the past year calling 22 superintendents around the state and asked them, the 22 successful superintendents, where they had a school somewhere in Alaska that was exceeding their peers. And I asked them what their special sauce was. And they said teachers, and they said class size, and they said community support. Those are the three things that can help a successful class and a successful student achievement. So let's look at this one. Nope, go back. I have a red circle. That's Ocean View. It's in my district. That school is right on the expected line. Performance is neither better or below their peers. It's the middle of the pack. This is the start of the story. Now, let's break it apart and look at each grade. Next slide. This is third grade. You can see Ocean View is above the line. 55% of the students are proficient. It's exceeding expectations. Let's go to fourth grade. Fourth grade, exceeding expectations. It grew. 68% are proficient. More kids are proficient. They went higher. Next slide. Fifth grade, exceeding expectations, holding at 68%. Sixth grade, went back down to the line. What happened? 58% are proficient. They slid back 10%. If I was a principal, that's a red flag to me. What is going on? Did something change with those students? Did kids move in? Did kids move out? What happened? Is this trend consistent with last year? I would definitely start making some classroom visits on that one. There are many of us who are looking at this data and the map data, and we are employing sophisticated calculations much beyond that you see here today. And we are looking at particular population growth, like fifth graders who last year, or who this year are sixth graders. How did they fare in 1 year? Are those populations gaining ground, or are they losing ground? The important point is, are you using data to identify the outliers either above or below the line, and so you can figure out what's going on, and so you can employ your limited resources to help the schools and the teachers that need the help, or to at least celebrate the schools that are doing well and see if you can repeat it to other schools. Next slide. Moving forward, what are your choices? I urge you over the next couple months to be thinking of these following concepts. Class size. If the Anchorage School District receives money back into the BSA, how are you going to spend it? If the district resorts to cutting teachers and increasing class sizes, parents may retreat from their neighborhood schools in favor of charter schools, private schools, or homeschooling. This will only exacerbate the problem in the neighborhood schools. And your best teachers may also leave because they're going to feel overburdened. They're going to be overburdened. The ratio of teachers. What is your ratio of teachers versus administration? Have you thought about calling the Council of Great City Schools and ask for data that shows what percentage of total spending is spent on teachers, administration, support staff, and special education? Then, how do those same districts do on the NAEP test, the SAT test, the ACT test, the national tests? How do their mix of expenses actually translate to academic performance? Use your peers as a benchmark. I've been to 2 conferences. They're fabulous. There's tons of great information there. I presented at one. I urge you to publish your data. Everything that I showed you today is public. I encourage you to consider publishing academic performance data that compares schools and grades over time. Compare the Anchorage School District with the Big Five. Compare the Anchorage School District with the Council of Great City Schools peers. When we interviewed the 22 superintendents who had outstanding performing schools, a common theme, like I said before, was attracting high quality teachers. What things can you as a district do to attract and keep the highest quality teachers? They are the secret sauce on a successful student experience. Please consider rewarding innovation. What are the barriers of squashing innovation? When you have standard compensation, tenure, and seniority, the consequences of that is less incentive for creativity and innovation because it's not rewarded. Not everything can be exactly standard across the board. Not all kids are equal, not all families are equal. Please consider nurturing and rewarding entrepreneurship within a school. Next slide. You may not get all the BSA back. Be prepared for multiple scenarios. Funding might be in a grant for a specific purpose with accountability. There will be strings attached, such as class size maximum or holding administrative costs down, things like that. Please, if you come to Juneau, no status quo requests. If you advocate for a BSA like it was before, without any plan to address more efficient use of the dollars, without any innovative thinking or addressing student performance, your message will be less effective. You will have a better chance of restoring some school funding if you come up with a plan. We'd like to hear your ideas. Last slide. Thank you. And I'm open for questions if that's the will of the board.
Board members have any questions or comments? Ms. Mitchell?
Senator Von Imhoff, thank you so much for coming. I really, really appreciate your thoughts as always. And you've sat here in our seats, and you know, I absolutely agree that we do need to do more peer norming, particularly with our like schools across the Council of Great City Schools. It could be, I have not looked at the numbers, that we have more admin on a percentage basis than they do in Fairbanks, but it is hard to imagine how we can keep class size constant. We know class size is hugely important, especially a big change in class size, and you may know that at the last board meeting we did vote to ask the legislature for more money to lower class size, with a lot of justification, as you were saying, for why that is such an important piece. I guess I'd just ask you, having been on this side of the room, do you have any ideas for us as to how to lower class size in the possible scenarios that we may be facing?
When you come to Juneau, thank you. And I'm not going to say through the chair, I think that's down at Juneau. When you come to Juneau, have a piece of paper that could be front and back with your plan. I don't need a whole notebook. I don't need nothing. I need something. So have a piece of paper. When I went down in 2014, I advocated for we had a pilot program for reading. You were there, I think that was it. I think we got 3 years of grant funding for a specific reading program. And then we told them we were going to evaluate kids' performances 3 times a year. We said that we were going to give them data. I think we got 2 years of funding, and then I believe the 3rd year was cut short. That's the perils of grant funding. But when I went down there, I had a piece of paper showing exactly what we're doing, exactly the pilot program, exactly how we're going to do data, and for the 2 years we did do it, and we followed through. And I think when I was here before, you have some middle schools that are 6, 7, 8, and some that are 7, 8. Make a choice. I advocated for 6, 7, and 8 because then at that point you could utilize some of the extra space. You could take some of the 6th graders, redraw boundaries. It's painful. No one wants to leave their school. But when you have a declining enrollment, carrying cost of a building is expensive. And now that you've held harmless for actually 5 years with a bill that you asked for, now is the time, because you're going to get the same revenue for 3 years with a 4th year step down. If you close a school, you can gain the excess capacity and decrease your carrying cost of reimbursement or renovation, utilities, you name it.
Ms. Hildy?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for being here. This is very helpful for us. You know, with so many things pulling for our attention, we need to be held accountable for what we focus on and how we spend our time. So I'm hopeful this will help us as a board refocus on where we are going and where do we want our district to, where are we headed and what do we want to see. But it certainly helps hold us accountable. So thank you for being here.
Mr. Holloman?
And yes, I want to say thank you for the suggestions about what to bring and what to be prepared to speak to. I also want to say that the work the legislature did last year to get numbers out early had a terrific positive impact that didn't really cost anything. I know that's probably going to be extremely difficult this session, but I hope people will remember that there are decisions we have to make in May, have to make by the last school day in May, that will greatly affect the professional decisions of the teaching workforce. And if we can know anything by those dates, it's free enthusiasm, so to speak. But I also I look at the job before the Senate and the House right now, and it seems like there's an awful lot of work to do. But if folks will keep that in mind, we appreciate it.
So I appreciate that, and please know that we sort of look at this as a budget bomb that was put on our laps. I don't think this particular approach by the current administration was an approach that many of us would have endorsed. The House is committed to, although it has been a delay in organization, the House is committed to get a budget out quickly. Ideally, I'd like to see a biannual budget. If we have a spending cap and a POMB, we have a floor and a ceiling, and we'll be able to do a budget 2 years. I think in a perfect world, that would be really helpful for the whole state, not just education, but for everybody. We are going to try to get this done quickly and humanely and reasonably, and then try to look at something with a little bit more sense to it next year has mitigating factors, addressing healthcare, things of that nature.
Any other board comments? I think I want to say also thank you for being here and for your insightful recommendations and comments that you've given to us to think about. And I just want to kind of restate what Mr. Holloman said. I think my biggest concern at this point is when the budget will be presented, because if we have to go by Dunleavy's budget, because we have nothing but that, when we have to hand out pink slips, that could be 1,200 pink slips. And when we talk about retention of teachers, I guarantee you most of those teachers won't come back. And so that's my biggest fear right now.
We share that fear.
Yeah. Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, and I just wanted to also say I appreciate your comment about the process, because even if the governor isn't serious about this and he wants the legislature to push back, the process really does matter. And we do have teachers, you know, as you very well know, there is a nationwide teacher shortage. So people, when they get concerned, start looking at their options, and there are other districts that are hiring. And so it is concerning that maybe some of our better teachers who have a lot of options, any of our teachers, most of our teachers are excellent, that they may not even wait till May 15th to make their decision. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to governance.
Thank you. I think you all received a copy of the governance report for our February meeting. We went over, presented administrative regulations on some changes to principal evaluations for charter school and guidelines for when people have a business as well as working in the district. So those were presented. We went over the board vacancy appointment process. This was a review of the process we went through last fall to see what worked, what didn't go well, and areas for improvement. So I'll be compiling the recommendations from that and submitting it back to our governance committee at our next meeting, and then we'll present it to the full board for consideration. We continue to review our board policies, and I hope you will join us in that process. It's on a 4-year cycle, so if you miss it for a while. Certainly you can always review them on your own, but it's a very steady process. It makes it pretty easy. One of the ones we came across was a board needs to approve district organization charts, and Dr. Bishop will provide that soon. And then there was a new business update from the administration on the implementation of the apprentice policy that the board passed, and the creation of a compliance program, that they're going through that process of consulting with attorneys and setting up that new procedure and the new contract language, and expecting 1 or 2 FTEs to be able to manage that compliance. It's taking a fair bit of time, and they're fielding a lot of inquiries from businesses on what they should be expecting in that process. There was a question on asking for guidance on whether there should be a timeline from the board, or if we're just happy for them to go going through the process as they're able to. So some feedback on that. I'm not sure if they're looking for that now. It was just a new business, so we didn't get to discuss it yet. So that's all that's that. Your February homework, to start considering and prepare a list of stakeholders and setting our board goals for after Destination 2020, that we're looking forward and starting to formalize those procedures, and then reviewing board policies 3317 through 3440.1. That's it. Oh, and our next meeting will be, is it the 27th at 11 a.m.
Thank you. Communications meeting.
Communications also met on February 20th, and we talked about our bond presentations to various community groups, and I believe there are still some openings. Katie, is that correct? Quite a few openings for groups that we need to get to talk about our ASD bond proposal. So if there are any board members who have not looked at that yet, please do, because we need to get out there. And then we spent the bulk of the rest of the meeting talking about the governor's budget and how we want to react to that and communicate out. And I don't know that we came to any firm conclusions. Hopefully we will here in the next few days. And we also heard about a program that is going to be, I think, implemented largely on our website called The Promise of ASD. And I think the first piece of that may be out already, highlighting some of the good things that are happening in ASD. So if there's anybody in the public who's interested, check it out on our website. And our next meeting will be on March 27th at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you. At this time is where we open it up for public testimony on student advisory meeting, or sorry about that, student advisory.
At our last meeting, we practiced Robert's rules because we've been having sort of a hard time following them, and so we just kind of went over those again. And then we had a sort of forum with our group about what we would like to see in our district and how, as a student advisory board, we can work to help accomplish that. We talked with President Marcette about having a joint meeting with the school board at some point in early April, I think, just so that we can see how the school board works and we can share ideas and kind of get some input on what the student advisory board can be doing. And then, as was mentioned earlier, we're working on a resolution to show our support of people getting to wear their native regalia at graduation.
Thank you so much, and apologize for missing you. So at this time, this is when we open it up to public testimony. This is public testimony on non-action items. So if it's an action item, you need to have that testimony during the time that action item is introduced. But the board welcomes public comments on agenda items, both action and non-action, as well as in general. We value public comment as it both ensures that we remain aware of public thoughts, ideas, and concerns, and informs our decision-making process. We have a table front and center with 2 seats and microphones available for testimony when I call your name, and I will call so that there's always 2 people up there. You have 3 minutes to testify, and you may begin speaking when you see the timer appears to the screen to your left and begins the countdown. When you have 30 seconds left, the number will turn yellow. When the timer reaches 0, please finish your sentence. And we do have a large crowd here to testify tonight, so I would appreciate if everyone would recognize that when your time is up that you conclude as quickly as possible. In order to provide equity to all that would like to speak, the board asks that there is no clapping after testimony, as it may intimidate others wishing to testify with opposing opinions. And additionally, it's not our practice that board members answer questions or engage in discussion with members of the public. This is your time to speak and our time to listen. The board will consider all information shared by the public, and when deemed necessary, issues raised in testimony will be referred to administration for follow-up. So we have, here we go. So on the individuals that have signed up to testify at this time is Chris Katra and Jessica Falk. Did I say that right? Welcome, and Chris, you'll go first as soon as you see the clock.
Okay. So I'm here to speak about an incident that occurred on Valentine's Day where a loaded handgun was brought into my child's classroom. And I'm concerned about this for two reasons. I'm concerned about the aftermath for two reasons. The first is we as parents have gotten literally zero information from the school district, and we understand that there are issues of confidentiality, but we really feel that they're being taken too far, and the victims, the children whose lives were put at risk, and their families are really paying a price. We're left with a lot of anxiety, and we're left with a complete lack of information. We don't know when or if the child that brought this loaded gun into the classroom will return. We don't know how this decision is going to be made, who's going to make it. Will we have any insight into the process? Will we be given any opportunity for comment? We just really feel like the parents deserve more information than they've gotten. We just have heard this sort of complete radio silence with the justification of confidentiality. And, you know, we feel that these children who were in a classroom with a loaded gun right there, all of whose lives were put at danger, a gun that was only discovered by accident, and it was discovered shortly before school started, so but it had probably been in the school for an hour before that due to campfire early arrival of this student. So you know, this was a life-threatening danger that our children were put in, and to hear from the school district that we're not entitled to know anything about, you know, we haven't, for instance, heard or read the APD report on this incident. We have some reason to believe that there may be some factual discrepancies. There is a child who was an eyewitness to this event, and what they report to us is a little bit different from what we've heard from the APD. Anyway, we'd really like to urge the school board to consider better defining its policy of confidentiality versus what information parents are entitled to, and perhaps forming a committee to look into this and make some recommendations. But we as parents just feel that this isn't reasonable or right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fleckenstein, I'm having trouble hearing. Can we, I don't know if other board members are having problems hearing? No? It's soft, okay. Yeah, so I don't know if we can turn it up just a little bit. Thank you. And the next name is Lori.
Is it Holst or Holst?
Is it Holst? I'm not sure. I can't, oh, you knew who it was. And Jessica, you can begin when you see that.
So my name is Jessica, and my student is a kindergartner this year, which is fun and scary. This is the first time that I'm sending my child out into the world to be in the care of other people. My child is a student at Rogers Park in the same class as Chris's child and Lori's child and other parents that you're going to hear from today. There's an implicit contract when you send your child to school that they will be safe and they will be educated. And there's also a trust formed when you leave your child in the care of educators, that you'll be informed of what happens in their life when they are not with you. On February 14th, I received an email, as did all parents at Rogers Park, I believe, from Nuri Johnson, saying that a weapon was found in a student's backpack and that at no time were our children in danger. On Friday, I heard from the ADN that that weapon was a loaded gun. On Saturday, I received an email from my student's teacher who said that she could not disseminate any information, but that she assured us that our children's safety is her #1 priority. On Monday morning, I received an email from another classroom parent that let me know that that loaded gun was in our classroom, was in my child's classroom. At no time did any representative from the Anchorage School District or the school contact me to let me know the proximity of a loaded gun to my child while in the care of the Anchorage School District. So that trust is broken. I'm now sending my child to school with a pit of fear in my stomach, that I'm sending him into a vacuum of information where I will not be informed and I will not be given the opportunity to make the decisions for my child that I need to make based on what is occurring at the school. ASD has set a precedent, and the school has set a precedent that I don't deserve to know, that it's not their responsibility to know. At the direction of all of the parents, we did receive a meeting. At that meeting, Glenn Nelson and Dan Barker, as well as Principal Nuri Johnson and our student's teacher, Kat Johnson, was present. We were able to say our concerns. One of our concerns was this breach of trust. Glenn Nelson said that he would follow up with us the following Wednesday. We did not receive an email from Glenn Nelson. I called Glenn. I also, I know that other parents have called. I have still not received a phone call from Glenn. Glenn, I believe you're present. Feel free to give me a call. None of our concerns have been addressed adequately. I have a meeting with the principal tomorrow, and I'm here tonight to just let the school district know, and anyone that will listen, that we will not stand down, that we need answers, and we need to be able to trust that we are sending our children not into a vacuum of information, but into a partnership with educators that will communicate with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Walkowitz? I'm sure I didn't say it right. Okay, thank you. And Lori, you can begin.
Hello, my name is Lori Hulse. As a parent of a child who witnessed the child who witnessed the Rogers Park handgun incident on February 14th, I'm speaking tonight to ask for clear protocols and communication for families who are affected by weapons violence in our district. I'm extremely disturbed and disheartened by the way ASD has responded to this incident, to our family, and to all the classroom families. ASD has not responded to emails and letters from me and from the class, and it is clear that the families of the children that were in danger would not have been notified had not my son come home from school and told me that he saw his classmate with a handgun in his backpack. It was me who notified the classroom families, and it was not my job to do so. It was ASD's job to communicate this critical information to those classroom families. I'm disturbed that the school district does not have an ALICE policy for weapons in my child's school, or it was not followed. I'm disturbed that ASD did not reach out to my family to see if my son was adversely affected by witnessing this incident and offered counseling or other resources. I did not get a phone call notifying me that he was a witness. In fact, ASD has yet to acknowledge he was a witness or that any kids were indeed in danger. It is extremely distressing that ASD feels that a loaded handgun in a classroom of 6-year-olds or in a multi-purpose classroom full of campfire kids did not qualify as dangerous. I could go on with many examples of the lack of response and downplaying that these families have experienced over this incident, but I only have 3 minutes. In the past, we've always given ASD the benefit of the doubt that they're really trying to do the right thing, but it's now clear that transparency and communication are not the priorities here. Every family in the district should be concerned about how ASD will handle the next loaded firearm incident in an elementary school. This is a zero risk tolerance scenario. We can tolerate no risk for that scenario. I urge the school district to create, to share, and to train employees in improved protocols and communication standards, working directly with affected families for any future incidents, including using standardized ALICE protocols at all schools, same-day phone calls, resource availability, follow-up, and support for affected employees as well. There are plenty of national examples to follow and learn from. There is no need to keep parents in the dark, and to do so is simply unacceptable. This can certainly be done without violating privacy and minor laws. Please take the necessary steps to restore the trust with these families. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Jessica Mulliken. And sir, you can begin.
Thank you. My name is Dana Walukowicz. I'm here to provide further testimony regarding the incident that occurred on the morning of February 14, 2019. The date of the incident, I was in the classroom from 8:50 to 9 a.m. as well as from 11 a.m. to approximately 12:30 p.m. to participate in a classroom activity. I was never made aware of an incident hadn't occurred in that room. That evening, Principal Johnson communicated to the Rogers Park parent community that a weapon had been brought to Rogers Park and at no time students or staff were in danger. I'm appalled that parents in the specific classroom were never notified that this event had occurred in their child's class, nor did they receive notification that the weapon wasn't actually a loaded handgun. I only heard about the severity of the incident from news reports and other parents at Rogers Park, other parents of Rogers Park school students. Not a parent of the student in the K-1 highly gifted class, mind you, but via the rumor mill. And we would have never been told unless the parents forced a meeting with the administration. The ASD policies regarding weapons and school safety that result in withholding information from parents whose children are directly endangered are wrong and need to be changed. I feel that the administration is hiding behind a policy cloak of student confidentiality and agency cooperation with the APD to shield the administration's poor judgment and incompetency in communication with dealing with sensitive matters. I understand that the ASD is required by law to provide confidentiality to students, but certainly communication could and should have been made that would have easily eliminated information confidential to the student in question and not to jeopardize an ongoing investigation. And in fact, by providing timely information, it could have helped with the situational awareness of others in the room and possibly even the investigation. Unfortunately, this lack of information provided the callousness in the response we have received has resulted in a lack of trust in the administration by the community. I have lost trust. I now question what other things are going on that is happening within the school grounds that I'm not being made aware of. Failure to be transparent and provide timely information leads to lawsuits that this board knows cost the school district money. I request that the school district formally review and amend its policies regarding confidentiality and suggest the formation of a committee composed of parents and administrators to study the issues and make recommendations to the school board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If I could have Michael Chambers. Michael? And Jessica, you can begin.
My name is Jessica Monklin, and I'm a parent of a first grader at Rogers Park Elementary. I am disappointed and concerned regarding the lack of communication from the Anchorage School District regarding the incident that happened at Rogers Park Elementary on Thursday, February 14th, when a loaded handgun was found in my son's first grade classroom. I found out about the situation through social media, which is unacceptable. I was notified by another classroom parent that the gun was in my son's classroom. It is unacceptable that the school and the school district did not contact the families of Rogers Park students to notify them of the event. It's disheartening that something so serious was downplayed through an email, no less, when it comes to the safety of our children. This has created a lack of trust between parents and the school board, and the school district as well. The school district policies regarding weapons and school safety currently result in withholding information from parents due to confidentiality. This policy is unacceptable and needs to be changed immediately. As a parent, I am responsible for the safety of my child. I was not given the notice of the incident, and therefore I did not have the option to protect my son during a possible tragic event. This is unacceptable. When it comes to the acts or threats of violence, it should be mandatory that the school or district contact the parents of the students in the immediate vicinity. We as parents have a legitimate need to know the details of what happened and in order to make a personal decision regarding the safety and the well-being of our children. The parents of this kindergarten first grade split class came together and requested a meeting with our school, our principal, and the two directors previously mentioned. It is unacceptable that the parents needed to band together to address this issue, and it was not brought to us through the school or the school district. The school and the district have lost the trust by showing a lack of a concern regarding our parental rights, and this is unacceptable. I'm urging the school board, to review the current policies regarding parent communication during safety situations such as this. I am also concerned for the inconsistency of actions taken between a loaded gun in a high school versus a loaded gun in an elementary school. Why was it not immediately put on lockdown when the gun was found? What if there was another weapon in the school? And as previously mentioned, we have multiple national situations that can address how serious this could have become. Why weren't other backpacks searched for the children's safety? Why is a 6-year-old with a weapon less threat, again, than a high schooler or maybe a 15-year-old with a loaded weapon? The difference is that a 6-year-old doesn't necessarily understand that when a gun is fired and a bullet hits a classmate or even a parent or a teacher, those victims don't regenerate. And therefore, a 6-year-old with a weapon should be considered just as serious of a threat as a 15-year-old with a weapon. Regardless of the student's age, I recommend the school board enforce the current safety policy regarding weapons in schools. Sorry about that. I just urge you guys to reconsider the policies and look at the current situation at hand.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm going to wait to call the last two because it looks like they're together. So, Michael, go ahead.
Yes, I want a clarification. I'm here to testify with regard to the national anthem and the Alaska school song, and I don't know if I'm...
No, sir. We have to wait till the action
Okay,
item's
thank
called. Thank you. So I'll call Kaylee and Hazel.
Do we need to add him to the?
Yeah.
My name is Kaylee Watring, and I wanted to make sure that there's something staying on the forefront of your minds. The walking boundaries for Homestead need to still be addressed. I'm reminding you again because it's important that this be addressed. Specifically areas that have not been fully assessed for safety and hazards of young children crossing over the loop road, which is not a very good situation. Also, I'd like to publicly thank the Muldoon Lowe's and St. Mary's here in Anchorage for generously donating to and supporting the teachers and students of Eagle River Elementary School. They have purchased shelving, bins, vacuum cleaners, classroom cleaning supplies, chairs, tables, and other necessities that were lost in the November 30th earthquake. They've also purchased things like wagons so that the teachers who don't have a classroom anymore, they can put all their things in there and walk around instead of having to carry them. These two organizations have donated thousands of dollars and prevented our teachers from having to buy those things out of pocket. The support that Eagle River Elementary School has received from our community has been outstanding, and I just want you guys to really know and acknowledge that there are people that are working really hard to make sure that our teachers and our kids have what they need for the remainder of this year. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay.
It's your turn. Just takes a second. You ready? Okay.
And just pull that mic down so you can, there you go.
My name is Hazel Watchering. I'm a 5th grader at the Eagle River Elementary in the optional program. Last week we visited Fire Lake, our new homeschool. I met the principal and lots of teachers. The school looks like a great place to go. I want to say thank you to the principal at Fire Lake for welcoming us. I also want to say thank you to Birchwood, Homestead, and Ravenwood. Since after the earthquake, they have been good hosts at their schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, is there any other testimony on any non-action items? Okay, then we're going to move to the superintendent's update.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The first thing on the agenda is we have an update on the English language arts work, 6th through 8th grade. This is just a small precursor to coming before you in a work session to share that work. And if I could introduce our Director of Curriculum, Miss Dr. Christina Bellamy. Our goal today is to share the information so that your questions can come forth and ready to be answered by next time.
Greetings. I'd like to invite two colleagues to come to the microphone as well to help with this report. We have Ms. Cecily Williams, who's currently the principal at Clark Middle School, and Carol Woods, who is a 6th grade teacher at Bayshore. If they could join me at the podium as well. Fantastic response, gentlemen. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome ladies. So to President Marset and members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Dina Bishop, I am Dr. Christina Bellamy and I'm the administrative lead on the 6-8 curriculum review, here to give you an update. All right, so just to set the stage as to how we arrived at this state for the 6-8 curriculum review in English language arts. Per ASD board policy 6141, the board shall provide comprehensive instructional program to all students to meet their educational needs. Additionally, in 2015, the board approved for a review of the entire K-8 curriculum that was available at the time in the Anchorage School District. How this translated into practice was in the 2017-2018 school year, the K-2 implementation was undertaken. And then this year, the 3-5 implementation was undertaken. Concurrently, we started a review process for the 6-8 curricular materials.
Awesome. Well, let's see, can you hear me?
You could just use one of those. It might be better. It'll be better picked up. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Cecily Williams, the principal of Clark Middle School. As a priority, we wanted to ensure that we had in place an overarching, transparent process that guided our work. The process included to identify and engage stakeholders, to establish timelines, to establish processes for committees and the curricular review, and to reach a recommendation, then elevate a recommendation to the superintendent. This was all vetted through academic services, senior leadership, and the 6 through 8 ELA steering committee. For our stakeholder engagement, we wanted to make sure that the process was transparent, so there were review teams that were put in place. In designing the process and identifying stakeholders, we identified 4 ways for stakeholders or constituents to participate. The first is the mini pilot sites. That included Rogers Park Elementary, Mears Middle School, Clark Middle School, Tudor Elementary School, and Fairview Elementary. This put the 3 curriculums, that were in review in schools, but most of all, it gave teachers time to talk through the process, elevating their voices. The timeline was September 17th through October 31st, 2018. The second the second review team was the curriculum committee. This committee was put in place to review the information from the schools and to make a recommendation. They were able to, they put in place to review 3 instructional programs and make a recommendation. The 3 programs that were reviewed were My Perspectives, Pathways to College and Careers, and Springboard. Our third committee was the steering committee. This committee was put in place to vet the review and implementation process and ensure that all voices were represented. The committee was in charge of monitoring and advising. The steering committee meets the obligation for Section 450 of the new contract language. Our last and final committee group was the community involvement. This provided any community member, family, staff, any grade level, administrators, the opportunity to review the materials, ask questions, and leave feedback. So as we move on to the stakeholder engagement, and these are our constituents. So who did that involve? So the mini pilot sites, there were 12 teachers, 6th grade elementary teachers, and 6th through 8th middle school teachers. Approximately 600 students were able to be reached through this pilot. Curriculum Review Committee that consists of 36 members, teachers, principals, and cross-departmental representation, again including AEL, SPED, and Title VI. Our steering committee consisted of 18 members, AEA, which was able to make recommendations of participants from their organization or association, APA, which also was able to make recommendations from their association and department representation. Our community investment, again, gave opportunities for staff, certificated and classified, and community members to view materials and to leave feedback.
May I interrupt? If there are folks from these committees, could they stand up? I think we have some representatives here this evening, so thank you. Just want to say thank you for your work. Sorry to interrupt, Cecily.
It's okay, that's fine. After reviewing all 3 sets of curriculum, Springboard rose to the top, and through the process, it was recommended that ASD move forward by recommending Springboard for the District 6 through 8 core curriculum.
Next slide. Hi, I'm Carol Woods. I'm a 6th grade teacher of language arts at Bayshore Elementary School. I also was a member of the Curriculum Review Committee that reviewed the initial 3 curricula mentioned before. Should the board choose to adopt Springboard, my students and I are excited to pilot the materials next school year. Our work will help inform the district in creating a smooth rollout of the materials and adult professional learning. My colleagues and I felt that the online resources for Springboard were powerful features with both the student edition and the teacher edition available online. There's also online texts and practice activities that are also available. When we visited classrooms in Louisiana last week, I observed students and teachers using Springboard that allowed, some of the applications they used allowed students to read and respond online in a digital environment. Students seemed very highly engaged, and teachers were able to see immediately how their students were doing. Also, students can take Springboard embedded assessments online where they receive instant feedback as they write, and so they can draft and review and redo so that their work is polished by the time that their teacher sees it. Each Springboard text selection is closely read, meaning students annotate as they read, highlighting their questions, unfamiliar vocabulary, and interesting ideas. Then they use Graphic Organizer to analyze the elements of the text. Each Springboard selection is examined thoroughly, from simple questions of detail and simple recall to the posing of analytical questions that require a much more deliberate exploration of the text. The adaptive features found in every Springboard lesson help teachers tailor instructions for different student needs. Springboard instruction fits nicely within the MTSS framework. Each lesson has instructions for delivery of supports at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. These instructions make sure that the core instruction is delivered with fidelity
to each student, regardless of their ability level. Springboard offers powerful, student-centered tasks. Every school we visited, each classroom we walked through, students were engaged in their work with very little off-task behaviors. I spoke with several students of all levels. Each were able to show me what they were doing, discuss the lesson, including the learning target, and what purpose the lesson itself served. Beyond the standard practice of close reading and response, Springboard teaches students how to participate in collaborative activities such as Socratic seminars and other cooperative learning structures, which help achieve increased retention, greater intrinsic motivation, higher self-esteem, and more on-task behavior. Next slide. Okay. In Springboard lessons, with the aid of the differentiation tools, all students are held to the same challenging academic standards and expectations. That means core instruction for all students. Springboard is research-based and classroom tested. Springboard focuses on providing just the right materials and support that teachers and students need to achieve success. One measure of that success, Springboard has been shown to improve both engagement in the classroom and readiness for college. It can increase the number of students enrolled in AP exams and courses, as well as increased SAT performance. The middle years, 6 through 8, is the bridge from K-5 to high school. And it takes the foundational learning in K-5 and provides more student access to AP in high school. It is helping to prepare students to succeed in AP who otherwise would not have the opportunity to take an AP course. It makes it AP accessible to those students who are traditionally underserved populations. Springboard's lessons are designed to focus on the same essential knowledge and skills that are used in this district's evidence-based reading and writing tests. Students are getting ready for the big tests every day by using the research-based instructional strategies used in Springboard. The comprehension strategies and skills taught by Springboard, as well as the Socratic seminars and other cooperative learning structures, can be used in any classroom for any subject, promoting success in all subjects. Next slide. Okay. Should the board choose to accept our recommendation, some of the next steps would be to initiate the instructional program input process in compliance with Section 450 of AEA Negotiated Agreement. Should the board choose to accept this recommendation, the work to be done in the pilot classrooms will help inform the district's planning and pacing and rollout of the program. The work to be done the work the pilot classroom teachers and pilot principals will be, pilot classroom teachers and the pilot principals will be the vanguard in the professional development phase. In turn, they'll mentor and support those teachers and administrators that come after them. Thank you.
And with that, I turn the podium back over to Dr. Bishop.
Thank you, and I want to share with the board that we'll have more time. Just wanted to give you put faces with names of the folks that worked on this, and certainly the next meeting we'll have more time. We wanted to provide this information so that you'll be informed to have informative questions in a couple of weeks, so we can review that. Thank you so much for the time and effort.
Thank you, ladies.
This is non-action now, I believe. Okay, so I just wanted to share, thank you to the board members that were present, not only at the Anchorage caucus here, but also at East High School. We had a great turnout to share ideas and concerns in regard to the state's budget. So just updating different things that are happening. This is a picture from the museum. It is Youth Art Month, and over the art is tremendous. It was a great celebration Friday of the opening. This will be at the Anchorage Museum all month. And this is just some of the best pictures where families take in selfies of their artwork in the museum. And so it's such a great deal of really pride and joy for our families, as well as I just want to thank our directors, our art directors, just for the time and effort. It didn't go unnoticed that when you have thousands of pieces of artwork and you place them in a museum, specifically perfect to every angle, that it certainly took a lot of time, but I believe 3,000 to 4,000 people come that first evening to celebrate Students In and Out, and East High Swing Choir did the entertainment to start off. So thank you. And then, of course, it's also Music in Our Schools Month, and we had our scholastic artwork today, also had the orchestra from South High performing. So these are the types of activities that are in our schools that matter, and we're just appreciative that ASD has that support to continue the arts in our schools. And here I just wanted to share with the board information. We get quite a bit of questions from community members, and wanted to share with the board where you can find this, as well as our community. Each of those, we're going to go live right now to the Hot Topics page, and generally if it's in the news, it's going to be on the Hot Topics page. If you notice at the top of the page as they get here, calling it up, we have Mount Spur. So Mount Spur, after the board's decision in November, was placed at the bottom and just had some information. Now Mount Spur is back at the top because we're looking at the transfer of students, the new boundaries, and the teachers. But if you go down, you can take a look at things that we had already worked on. You can hover over them and you will see school start times, the conclusion. So anyone can go back, and these are archived. But we did have Mount Spur as archived and completed, but we've moved it back to the top because now we're in phase 2 of that. In regard to the budget, we put all the updates, and I know that Member Mitchell said we didn't have a plan to communicate, but we've been communicating quite a bit, and tomorrow have been asked by the House Finance to do a report of the true impacts of the governor's proposed budget, and so we're going to share that, just the magnitude of that reduction, and share those facts. We've also spent some time with principals pushing that information out to, and offered to go speak to PTAs, PTOs to get the word out however we can. Also, take a look at the Chugach Eagle River. This was in regard to the short-term planning, which we're going to vote on tonight, the bus information. All the information in regard to that decision is located here. Just wanted to share with the board, when we talk about being transparent and sharing data globally, you can look that, it's actually detailed down to the room for which someone might have had discussions in the small groups, as well as the written feedback. So this is transparent for anyone. Hopefully those that made comments and shared their thoughts will see them here. We really did not remove any. We cleaned the data if it said anything not appropriate for children, but if it was, we left it in. And so it's true that you will see, some of our students said, this sucks, or this whatever. We left those words in just to demonstrate on the survey that it actually came from a student. We didn't have any adults say that. But just wanted to share that, and if we keep that open, there was a, just so I can go back to it in a little bit, there was a question, and Member Holloman had asked in regard to, I want to show you, I had shared prior to this time information about school bonds, and if we can go live, if it's not going to take you too long. If you go to the departments, and in Anchorage School District departments, and you look under the capital planning. So this question came up a couple of times, so I just wanted to share it. Was keep going down to capital planning, right there, stop, capital planning construction, go there. And any former bond and status report, if you go to current status report on the left, and if you want the planning design update or the construction update or the deferred requirements, we can just go to the planning and design update. So any bond will have the information in regard to where is it presently, where's the location, the construction year, what's the fund source, the project. These are things that are in planning. We also have one with actual construction that's started. So our community these have been posted for quite some time, and they are just located in this section. We are working on, though, an update of the dashboard, which I want to share that I think we are the most transparent district in the state of Alaska in regard to our dashboard, and that is just one of the features that's going to come up. We're going to take the earthquake damage and actually create a Tableau and dump the data into Tableau and then show what has been committed cost and what is the invoices in each of these. And of course, we look for the invoices to come in better than what we projected. We have seen that on some schools. In addition, we'll take the location of those expenditures so that our community can look into them. And again, this is going to be live data on the dashboard. It will be updated as it comes in. And the last, so those are, there was one more, but we'll go ahead and, for time's sake. So our, next week in the work session also, we're sharing our update on data, and we're placing the data dashboard into sections so that the board can look, and really our community can look ourselves. Member Donnelly always asks, when people say things, we should have an opportunity to share. And I would say that ASD has come a long way in the board and the sharing of the data publicly. We're presently working on a regression analysis in regard to what you saw was regression analysis in regard to peaks and socioeconomic status. We're going to add the other indicators for which we know the predictability of student achievement, and then take a look at who's defying the odds in regard to that as well. And in that whole aspect, teachers matter the most. That what happens at the GIMBA does matter. And I just want to share that it's been asked quite a bit about, well, what is this academic freedom, and we did meet with our experts that are working on this review process with us on the English language arts to improve our processes. And one of the things is that there isn't anything that just says a one-pager that can say this is what that means, because truly when you, similar to what the senator mentioned, is you look for bright spots, you look for spots where it's not happening. She mentioned, we look at the data and then we want to ask what's happening in this classroom or in this grade level. And those should be conversations that we should be able to have with staff, and staff should be able to have, with each other. And so we talk about it as we can't have the freedom to fail, because we do have an obligation to students and to parents that they are making the achievement gains in their learning. So we'll share more about that, but I would say thank you to the board. You did approve prior to this time a research evidence-based reading model, similar to what was tested. You're looking at another process, and we look to move forward to just better our practices and better that innovation and flexibility where we are just gaining great results and using that to share with others. Have our teachers be the experts to other teachers is the best thing. And then I just want to mention that the issue with a student with a gun, that actually the privacy, I shared last time that there was an incident with APD, and they have fully shared and taken the responsibility for the communication. We do have an understanding that not to release detailed information immediately, but when they did release it, they should have let us know first so that we could notify our parents. We were not notified by the end of the day, so we used a broader term, weapon. And then later in the evening, they released that it was a gun. And so then immediately when we knew and saw it in the news, I saw it in the news, we released that it was a gun. There isn't board policy the way that we have for privacy. It's actually not your board policy, it is the federal policy. And it's a policy called the Family Education Rights Privacy Act. And that's the act for which we follow in regard to notification. And it's not, it doesn't spell out particular things about a weapon in school or things like that. What it does is says, if information that is in a public record, and there was a public record on this student immediately when it happened, a record that we kept, a school record rather, and if that record could identify that student, you cannot release the information. So the public entity, to protect the rights of families and children, we cannot release that. You heard today from testimony the narrowed classroom for which that gun was in, and that child is identified in that classroom. We do not have the liberty to identify children 18 years or under by the FERPA law. Those of you that are familiar with the healthcare, it's HIPAA law. Personally identifiable information is yours to keep, and it's a law related to parents, and it's a Records Privacy Act. They can be released to third parties that have, not a lay third party like a parent group. It can be released to police. It can be released to a counselor if it is in the know. Otherwise, the party, the parent, has to agree to have that information released. So I absolutely understand the frustration of the parents in that classroom. Absolutely, hands down. If I was a parent in that classroom, my response would be similar. I sit in a different position, upholding the federal laws, granted, and we followed the federal laws. And I want to share that it's, our policy says we will follow FERPA. But if you take that trail back, it is about the identifiable information about a child. And certainly where that happened, in the particular classroom for which that happened, and the instances around where that happened, as you can see, the child was identified, but not by the school district. So that ends my update, because I just wanted to share the predicament that schools find ourselves in to balance the safety as well as protect the rights that our families have in regard to federal law.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. At this time, Ms. Mitchell, the agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda, ASD Memorandum Number 129, Personnel Report, and the December 10th, 2018 Work Session, Executive Session, and Regular Session Minutes.
Second.
Student vote.
Yes.
Members, please vote. And that motion carries with 7 yeas. So at this time, we're going to be introducing action items. And before we do that, I just want to read the procedure. Again, action item memo is first introduced by the Vice President, and if seconded by another board member, I will open the floor for public testimony. If you have signed up in advance or indicate you are interested in providing testimony, I will call you to come up to the front table to speak. You have 3 minutes to talk, and you will see a timer on the screen to your left to monitor the time remaining and inform you of when you need to conclude. And again, I ask, because we do have a large crowd, if you could conclude as soon as possible. After all testimony closes, I will open the floor for board discussion, followed by the student board representative vote before calling for the official vote. The voting results will be displayed on the screen to my right.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 128 and adopt the attached resolution in support of Music in Our Schools Month for March 2019.
Second.
Okay, and well, first I'll ask if there's any testimony on this action item. And if not, I believe we would like to have
Administrative report, Madam
Yes.
President. We have Dr. Wood coming forward, who is the executive director of our music program.
Who I'm always happy to see.
Hi, everybody. This brief report will be for both music and art, so I'm sort of preempting the second action item, if that's okay. Well, we continue to try and do really good work in support of bringing the arts to 47,000 students. And if you had 3 hours, I could tell you pretty much everything that we're doing, but instead I'll just highlight a couple of things. This year, our band and orchestra program in the 6th grade enrolled 94.69% of all kids, all 6th graders. That's actually up 1.5% for us, which it's kind of hard to make progress when you're already doing 93%, but we're up a bit. At the middle school level, 50.35% of all middle school students are enrolled in music. This is up actually from 46% 2 years ago, or about 130 students. My belief is that we have some really good hires going on right now, and that has helped us, and the district's continued commitment to having good professional development for us, and particularly in Summer Academy, has really, I think, assisted in that effort. In art, 20.42% of our middle school students are enrolled. While some students are taking both art and music, the combined percentages mean that 7 of every 10 ASD middle school students are in a fine arts course, not including students that may be in a theater class or theater performance. So this is a pretty healthy middle school environment. Students are studying something that may well have a lifelong positive impact on them in both academic and affective realms of learning. Your role, the board's role, in helping to keep a 7-period day means literally that hundreds, thousands of students will have continued access to electives, including the arts. In high school, 23.99% of students are involved in a fine arts course. That is about 1 out of every 4. Students tracking themselves because of a 6-period day probably has quite a bit to do with why we go from 70% to about 25%. However, what those 25% are doing is very fine, and I believe getting better. And I'll use just 2 examples of that fine work to showcase this evening. I think we have some photographs of some of our work at, did I send you, do you have the ones of the, there we go. So folks, these are trash cans. These are bear-proof trash cans that will be placed all around the city of Anchorage. But when folks look at them, they're going to be looking at painted works of art done by 10 of our schools. And these 3, go ahead and go to the next one. I think there's like 3 of the same trash can, the same schools. No, you just did the one? Okay. Anyway, this is, I think, Service High School. And then in the upper corner, in the upper right corner, you see a whole set of these trash cans that were at the museum for the opening. So, that's a good thing. And then the second thing, some folks are aware of, some are not. We're starting a new project this year. We have identified that we're going to choose, in fact have chosen, the Anchorage School District Most Outstanding Senior. We're going to do an announcement about that in about 8 weeks. But choosing an outstanding student is not uncommon, of course, in school districts. But we're doing something a little different. We're identifying a second student as an exemplary artist. The second student, the exemplary artist, will be doing a portrait of the most outstanding fine arts senior. And so what you see there on screen is an example of the portraiture of our exemplary artist, Max Manley. I think he was one of the Scholastic winners earlier tonight. So that's entitled Ghostly, but he'll be doing a portrait of our most outstanding fine arts senior. So it's a collaboration of 2 students, one voted on by our curriculum committees as most outstanding senior, and realized in a portrait by our exemplary artist. And we're looking forward to that, and Superintendent and I have been talking about it, and it's an exciting project, I think. So other than Dina Bishop coming on Thursday to MC our honors concert, and that, along with the 600 concerts we give yearly here in ASD, that is my brief report to the board.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes, Mr. Holloman.
I want to start what may be an unfortunate habit of testifying based on a Facebook meme, but one I saw recently showed a picture of an adult orchestra with the caption, "If you want this," and then it shows a picture of an elementary school orchestra, and it says, "You have to have this." And what it made me realize is I suppose there are some people that take up violin in college or when they're adults and become proficient at it, but I imagine that number is very small. I would think that most professional orchestras and the very best are composed almost entirely of people that started playing instruments in elementary school and worked their way up through it. And sometimes we forget that. Sometimes we forget that our art teachers are often teaching the last art class that a student's ever going to take in their life, the last formal instruction that they're ever going to have in the fine arts or in music or any of these others. If we don't keep this as part of what we do, then we have a dramatic impact on the future for adults. So.
Any other board comments or? Okay. So at this time, I'd ask for a student vote on memorandum 128.
Yes.
And with the board vote, please. And that motion passes with 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 129 and adopt the attached resolution in support of Youth Art Month for March 2019.
Second.
Is there any public testimony at this time on memorandum 129? No public testimony. Is there any board discussion? Okay, can we have our student vote, please?
Yes.
And board, please vote. Okay, and that motion carries with 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 117 and pass revisions to Board Policy Number 5123, Promotion, Acceleration, Retention.
Second.
Okay, at this time, we do have some individuals signed up to testify. If I could have David Neese and Jessica. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you, Jessica.
Whatever it is, right?
Whatever. We have a lot of Jessica's present here tonight, so it's awesome.
And Mr. Neese, you can begin when you see the timer.
Okay, there we go. All right, I'd like to encourage the board to consider Dave Donnelly's promotion thing as a teacher in the ASD. I go back all the way to 1983 when we did not automatically promote children. It was a discussion between the parents, the teacher, the parents, the principal would get involved if there's a disagreement with what the teacher was recommending. But the power basically was with the teacher. And we did not see a lot of emotional distress and things going on. And we seem to have gone away from that one when they went to NCLB. And NCLB took a look at a kid and said, this widget goes in kindergarten, you got 13 years to get them out the other end. And all of a sudden, kids were going and going and going. There was a very good conversation at the Lunch and Learn that the superintendent was at, and she was asked the question by Representative Shaw, which was, if so many of your kids are below proficient in ELA, why are so many of them being promoted? And Dr. Bishop responded, well, we promote about 95 to 98% of them because we have the ability to, because there's no state law stopping us. It's local control, which means it falls on you to make that decision. The data dashboard is very, very helpful in growth. However, it does not allow you to look back 3 years to 2016 and go, these third graders who were below proficient in third grade, 28%, 40%, depending on the school, up to 68% at some schools, never did get better. So you have 3 years of them staying in the same quartile. You have to intervene. You have to give it. Somebody that's a year behind in reading, it takes a year of instruction to catch them up. That means you have to take care. I don't want kids sitting there all the time trying to figure this stuff out. But as Dr. Bishop pointed out also, you have a good prediction of how the kid is going to do when they enter kindergarten by how much vocabulary they have with them. When I started a long time ago, not every child went from kindergarten to first grade. There was a thing called modified primary. And what we did in that time was try to catch them up on the vocabulary. Easier to catch a 5-year-old on the vocabulary than it is a 14-year-old. So it's a very good policy, very educationally sound, and you guys should be behind it gung-ho until the state tells you you have to. You have, under local control, have to take that upon yourselves of, we're doing more good than we are damage by sending them on. You have to ignore ESSA. You have to ignore No Child Left Behind and say, we don't care if it takes 14 years to get this kid where they're supposed to be. It's what's best for children.
Thank you. If I could have Barb Clark. Oh, there you are, Barb.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing testimony on this change to Board Policy 5123. I'm more than a little concerned by the amendments proposed, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about why. The proposed language strikes out an essential phrase, one that acknowledges the wealth of research that indicates that in most cases, retention is ineffective in improving educational outcomes and may indeed increase the dropout rate of students. These potentially negative consequences are vital to keep in mind when considering retention. In my 6 years as a K-1 teacher, I retained 2 students, along with my partner teacher. Because of FERPA, I'm not going to share very much about the situations, but I'm not exaggerating when I say that we agonized over the decision to recommend retention to their families. The decisions were based very little on straight proficiency, but very much more focused on growth. If a student is making growth, but is not quite there proficiency-wise, I work with the next grade level teacher to communicate and work as a team so that she can meet them where they're at and continue the growth. If the student isn't making growth, and we've done our due diligence as far as a variety of interventions, then we start to look at whether there might be a specific learning issue at play and go down that route, or we think about the student developmentally and whether they might need another year in the nest to continue to develop. If we are pondering this route, we weigh very heavily the cost to a student's social emotional development, believing that they just didn't measure up to be promoted to the next grade and knowing that all of their classmates were promoted, but they were deemed unworthy. From another angle, we see that this new language does not take into account the fact that, according to our NAEP scores, students make incredible growth between their 4th and 8th grade years. This policy amendment seems to be drawn from a resolution from the Alaska Republican Party District 13 and 14 Committee supporting the total overhaul of the Alaska education system. It advocates that students who are not reading at grade level not be promoted past 3rd grade, and this proposed policy amendment seems to me to be one step on this path, and I don't believe it's a path that leads us anywhere good. So I urge you to please vote no on the proposed amendment to Board Policy 5123. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could have Jessica Cook. And whenever you see the clock, Barb.
Hi, I'm Barb Clark. I teach at West High School. I have 4 sections of freshmen and 1 section of seniors. And I urge you to consider very carefully making the decision to retain a kid in 3rd grade should be a very last resort. The first question I would want to ask is, what's going to happen differently that second time around? I don't know that there's much research that says that running a child through the same process again is going to produces very much in terms of result. And by the time they get to high school, by the time they get to me, they could have made that you can't always predict at leap between 4th grade and 8th grade that we're seeing a lot of data that says happens, and not always at the same rate, not always for the same reasons. By the time kids get to me in 9th grade, that difference between having a 14 to 15-year-old in your classroom and a 16 to 17-year-old in your classroom is huge. They're two different animals. And I think the social and emotional effects, not just on that child, but on a classroom environment, need to be taken into account. We need to consider what's best for all our kids. If a kid is really struggling in 3rd grade, we absolutely have to provide that child with help and support. Whether or not retention means help and support, I'm not at all sure. And how it's going to affect not just him or her, but his or her classmates down the line needs to be taken into very careful account.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Marset, board members, and Superintendent Bishop. I am here this evening to encourage you to vote against the proposed amendment to Board Policy 5123 on 3rd grade student retention. As a 6th grade teacher, I can attest to the fact that there are a plethora of factors that impact a child's progress in school. Many of these are beyond the control of either students or teachers. How are children expected to learn and make adequate progress when they come to school without being well rested, without a nourishing breakfast, or perhaps they are working through some traumatic events unknown to school personnel? Perhaps there are attendance issues, such as excessive tardies or absences, that are serving as a hindrance to their ability to engage with the curriculum, let alone learn and grow. Unless you, as a school board, can pass a mandate that requires parents to ensure that their children are well rested and appropriately fed before sending them off to our hallowed halls, or guarantee that no harm or trauma occurs in the lives of our students, until you can guarantee that all of our students arrive on the schoolhouse steps ready and eager to learn, please don't presume that retention is the magic bullet.
Thank you. And at this time, I would call anyone else that would like to testify up. And if you'd like to testify, I'd ask you to state your name and spell it, please.
Thomas Williams. Need me to spell that?
TH or TL?
TH.
And when you see that.
All right, hi. Well, I'm not an educator. I'm the student that was held back. So I was held back in 1st grade. There are a lot of different things and maybe a lot of different reasons why somebody maybe need to be held back. My birth date is September 4th. And as most of you know, that's so close to the cutoff, I would, and a lot of times, considered a young student in that grade. Because back when I started school, the cutoff was right at September, the first part of September. Probably one of the best things I've ever done. You know, I needed that extra time. I needed that extra maturity. And then, I never had an 8th grade year. In the school that I was in at that time, they assessed my abilities and they moved me from 7th to 9th. So there's things that need to happen. You can't just throw retention out just because, you know, somebody doesn't think that they're sleeping well, or, you know, everybody's got their issues, but you can't base it off of everybody get guaranteed to be coming at an equal playing field. I'm sorry, you'll never get that. So you need to take into the consideration of each individual student and the fact that it's a good thing to hold some people back. One of the biggest things that we did when I have my bachelor's degree. I've served in the Army. I'm medically retired from the Army. I think I've done a few things, even though I was held back. And, you know, it is, I lost my train of thought, sorry. It's important on a case-by-case basis, but I firmly think that this is something that needs to be a tool and needs to be a change, and that nobody should just be pushed forward just because. They need to be assessed, each individual child, and if they need to be held back and let them go through it again, you know, in the Army, one of the best things we did is practice, 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 redo, redo, redo. And if you got to redo a whole grade, so be it. You'll be better on the other end. So I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of this as somebody who has been held back and move forward and been a pretty productive member of our society. So thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy, Bob Griffin, Griffin, President Marset and board members, Dr. Bishop. I'll stick to my written comments that I've forwarded to the board along with a couple of additional documents, but I'm testifying in the proposed retention policy of the ASD. Just to be clear, I'm generally opposed to retention in most cases, but it's pretty clear from the balance of research that retention can be significantly damaging to students. The specific exception, though, is with the basic early childhood literacy. Kids who don't learn to read at least at a basic level by age 9, where their brain development is most receptive to tasks like learning to read, are very unlikely to be successful later in school and later on in life. Some recent research has shown that students with poor reading skills that are retained at or before the 3rd grade, and along with, and I'll emphasize that, intensive intervention to mitigate their reading deficiencies have positive academic outcomes that outweigh the detrimental effects of their retention. The links to those the research is included in the things that I emailed to the board as well. State legislation is likely to emerge fairly soon as part of findings of the state reading dyslexia task force that would make some similar policy recommendations. I'm a strong supporter of those goals of the task force and other evidence-based efforts to support tackling the crisis of early childhood literacy that we're experiencing in Alaska. The state of Florida, in particular, has pioneered a sharp focus on early childhood literacy in 2002 with a policy that included a last resort retention policy for kids who weren't reading at a basic level at the end of 3rd grade. It has achieved some impressive results, and despite K-12 spending that's less than half per student that what we are generously offered in the state of Alaska, Florida leads the nation in NAEP test scores for low-income and ethnic minority children. Just for perspective, at Miami-Dade Public Schools, about 350,000 kids, 92% ethnic minorities, 66% who qualify for free reduced lunch, and 60% who don't speak English as their primary language at home, scored on the 2017 NAEP test scores about a half year ahead of upper and middle income kids in Alaska. Bottom line, the research is pretty clear. Having a kid simply repeat a grade without the accompanying intensive intervention is likely to produce more harmful results than helpful, but socially promoting a child without ensuring they have some basic literacy at skills at the critical development stage of their brains is certainly more harmful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bethany Markham, B-E-T-H-A-N-Y, Markham, M-A-R-C-U-M. I'll be brief. Automatic promotion from grade to grade without serious and conscientious collaboration between all stakeholders is almost certainly one factor in the less than desirable NAEP educational outcomes in ASD students. Multiple peer-reviewed academic studies in recent years demonstrate that ensuring a student has successfully mastered material before he or she advances results in much more successful outcomes. There was certainly earlier research that indicated otherwise, but the most recent peer-reviewed scientific outcomes clearly show that this is the case. The proposal before you to decide what's in the best interest of each child individually, rather than to automatically promote, is a step in the right direction, and I urge the board to adopt the proposal.
Thank you.
Señor David, Senador David Danley, muchas gracias por la invitación. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes. Oh, wrong crowd. Anyway,
Yo
thank you,
entiendo.
Senator Don Donnelly, for the invitation.
I'm sorry, sir, could you speak in the mic, though, because we're recording it and we...
My name is Felix Martinez. I have been in Alaska since 1963. In 1986, my mom passed away, and I started a scholarship program for kids in New Mexico where they rank the lowest in dropout rate. Alaska is 48th in the dropout rate, 47th in math, and 49th in reading. 45% in bullying incidents. So we actually, as a group, need to correct some of that, those deficiencies. I have a book down here which I wish that all of you would write down this this title, and it's called Savage Inequalities of Children in American Schools. Amazing, amazing reading. And we talked about the Pledge of Allegiance, and I told Senator Donnelly, I said, what we need to do is carry that Pledge of Allegiance a little further. Do the kids know how to spell pledge? Do the kids need, and what it means? Do the kids know what allegiance is, and basically, do they know how to spell it? The whole thing is we need to carry that. Who wrote it? The man that died, was he a socialist? Was he a communist? Was he a Democrat? There's 41 forms of government. That, to me, is the history that I follow. I followed my ancestors back to Spain in the 400s, even when they fought the Moors. I do ancestry work, so anybody that you want, and I can do it free for you at no cost. Anybody that wants it. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you again, sir, Senator Donnelly.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Michael Tabalero. I live out in Eagle River. I've been a martial arts instructor for about 20 years now. And martial arts is an interesting facet in education, because what we deal with is we deal with the child's body, we deal with their minds, and we also deal with their spirits. The thing I've noticed is that if we do not provide some form of holding them back when they do not make grade, they continue, and their form is poor, their attitude is poor, their discipline is poor. Generally speaking, I don't know how it works for the academics, but I know how it works for martial arts. And so I think it's important for you, as a policy-making body, to have tools in your tool chest that you can use. And without the ability to be able to use them and trust your teachers to use them, I think you're going to the match somewhat handicapped. So I'd like to speak in favor of this memorandum, and I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Eledge, E-L-E-D-G-E, Madam President, Mrs. Bishop. I am also testifying in favor of this, and I will just share a little story. I'm a retired educator, and I also was a principal for many years, and probably none of you have ever been called by the Commissioner of Education and asked if you were trying to be the retention queen of kindergarten. And my response to Shirley Holloway was, well, if they cannot complete kindergarten, why would I put them in first grade? And I always felt that that was just common sense, is that I grew up where a lot of kids just flunked something. And I have to agree with Mr. Griffin in the fact that we developed a very strong intervention, K-1 intervention program. If you're just going to retain a kid and put them back and do exactly what you did the year before, then you're correct. I don't support that. But I do think that some kids struggle, cannot read, and we need to be very sure that they do. The thing they don't need to do is be passed on to the next grade when they haven't even completed the kindergarten grade. Folks, the research is very clear. They do not catch up by themselves. And so I would support it with the fact that there is a strong intervention program with that. And I do think that that should be a decision that is made with the child, with the teacher, and the principal. I do not think there should be a policy that you just can't retain a child. I didn't even know that existed here. So as a retired educator, someone that has spent their life in education and working with low-performing schools in rural Alaska as a reading, quote, expert, I assure you that when done correctly, it's the best thing you can do for a kid. Thanks.
Thank you. If you could state your name and spell it, please.
So my name is Forrest McDonald, and I'm from Anchorage. I'm what you could call a product of the Alaska public education system, and I've got a daughter that's in school now. So I'd like to speak in favor of this because I'm concerned seeing it as part of a larger overall trend in Anchorage and Alaska overall. There seems to be a movement to, well, I'll start basically, when you look at the graduation rates, how they've been increasing over the years, it's easy to become prideful and to think, oh my gosh, we're doing a really great job. Look at how great everything is going. It's all trending upwards. And then when you look at the proficiency rates and the number of kids that are going directly into remedial classes at UAA, directly out of the Anchorage school system, that prideful feeling should become horrifying. Are we really doing everything that we can to prepare kids for school? So, or for life after school. When I look at the board, I see a number of people that are parents and former teachers. I think that it'd be hard-pressed to find any one of you that don't realize that kids are continually testing you to see what are their left and right limits. And while it is important on the right side to present kids opportunities to grow and develop, it's equally as important to present them with consequences to show them that they do need to do the right thing, or there will be consequences. And when you take that away from them, it's not compassionate to just give everybody a gold star, to just issue high school graduation diplomas in kindergarten, and just to socially pass everybody to the next level no matter what happens. We're doing the children a disservice when you move them along when they're not ready to do so. And in the long run, I mean, like I already said, it's not the compassionate thing to do, and it's not helping anyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Miranda Walso, MYRANDAWALSO. I think like many of us, I'm testifying, so I feel like I'm participating in the meeting. But this is an issue that many people have cared about, performance in our schools and whether our children are receiving the education they deserve, when they deserve it, and their ability to continue on academically and professionally is something that this community has struggled with for many years. In Alaska, we have seen a decline in our academic performance, in our reputation of our public school systems in particular. And one of the things that I think has come out of that is, you know, a lot of cliches. You know, there are a lot of old axioms in teaching. You know, the first 3 years you learn to read and then you read to learn. You know, there's the axioms of, you know, you don't run before you can walk. And I think we're seeing an example of, you know, one size fits all doesn't really work, and especially not in education. And the comments that you guys have heard about this issue in particular have pointed out that most people, whether they're for or against it, understand that it will not work in every instance. And even those that believe it is helpful believe that it can also be harmful when used incorrectly. One of the things I think that it is important to realize, though, is that we are starting from a very uphill climb. You know, it's not rock bottom, but we are starting with a lot of room for improvement and a lot of room for growth. You know, when children perform poorly in school, it doesn't get easier to perform badly the older you get. You know, in high school, if you mess up on a class, or if something's, you know, it doesn't click for you, that's on your transcript, which affects your ability to get into colleges, which affects your ability to get a good job. You know, if we don't encourage children to take the time when they need it to master the skills they need as early as possible, they're not going to be set up to succeed. And I believe that in this instance, changing this policy to allow an additional option to tailor children's, you know, their progression through the school system, to make it so that they are individually evaluated, and whether it's they're held back or they're advanced, it is a tool that we should utilize and that should be part of that discussion, if for no other reason that we don't want to keep something from our teachers that may help one child. If one child helps from being held back and benefits from a change in this policy, that could be a success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Claymire. I'm the AA president, but I'm speaking tonight as an individual. The conversation that I'm hearing, I wasn't planning on testifying on this issue because my members haven't asked me to weigh in, but so I'm speaking as an individual based upon hearing testimony this evening. And there seems to be an underlying assumption that kids cannot be retained under current policy. They absolutely can. I mean, that's part of a conversation with the teacher, the principal, and the parents and the student, just like it always has been. An overemphasis on one test score on any given day for a third grader leads to what seems to be more of a test and punish regime rather than one that we want to support and nurture our students as they grow. The conversation about retention, test scores ought to be used, and they can be, and there's nothing preventing that, and this amendment won't improve the situation at all in that regard. If you really want to improve early childhood learning and literacy, then we need to adopt a universal pre-K. The students largely that are struggling are the ones that don't have those educational supports at home, and we need to provide that. There are all kinds of other supports that we can have. When we have a test and punish regime, we end up with a situation where many other parents on other nights in front of the board have testified that their children don't have time to play in school. There's an overemphasis in sort of jamming curriculum down their throat. They don't have time to play, they don't have time to eat. And if you allow kids to naturally discover and learn of the world around them, guided by parents, guided by a well-formed curriculum and highly qualified teachers, then we're going to get there. We take kids where they are and they test where they are, and then we nurture them and allow them to grow from there. And if they stay in the Anchorage School District, the data shows they do quite well and they do catch up. So test scores are one measure that ought to be considered and can be in their current policy among all of the other considerations. And so I see this amendment as being unnecessary, and I would urge the board to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other testimony on this memorandum 117? Sure.
Madam President, I just wanted to share that administratively at the Governance Committee we did support this. We did not see that it limited it actually just emboldened the conversations that need to happen with families and teachers. I've done some research and just myself to understand where this was coming from, looked into other states, and the PEAKS assessment is English language arts assessment. This is speaking to a lot of what we want is in reading, so we wouldn't even necessarily use PEAKS. The data that we start to look at doesn't just happen in third grade. What many of the conversations shared in regard to teachers in the classrooms, that it starts the feedback, going into school with where a child starts to, our processes through MTSS or RTI, which is how do we catch kids up. We need to make up catch-up growth because they come to us differently. It allows the conversations to happen in a much more third-party neutral time, and actually it's been favored by some teachers whereby because parents are involved, it wasn't just the parent or just the school or just the teacher with the recommendation. There certainly was a team that decided what is best for this child, and you look at not only the growth academically, but their social emotional wherewithal. So this policy doesn't speak to one side or the other. What it does is shine a light of the importance of reading for young people to grow and learn the fundamental skills. And so I believe Dr. Stock as well as Mike Graham gave their support in the governance committee towards this policy change, in that it strengthened the work and the commitment of families, schools, and teachers.
Ms. Hilding?
Yes, this was recommended by the governance committee, and we did discuss at length what it means and what the existing policy is. That you can retain students now, but there was a strong presumption in favor of not retaining them. And then what I would hear from parents, especially special needs parents, continues to be a concern of the parents want more involvement in that process, and this policy is very purposeful in saying that the parents' wishes will be given significant consideration. Currently, they are part of the process, but this is empowering those parents to really understand their role in making these decisions. I've had teachers share with me concerns on how far this goes, and do we want to retain kids, and all those concerns that are certainly appropriate when we're talking about retention. And we've talked about it is really a neutral one to say what is the best needs of the child. So we discussed all this in governance. This policy doesn't push in any direction. It just says that parents will be part of this process and looking at what is good for this kid. Maybe they will get bored of hearing the material again. That would be part of the discussion, and for that individual child, you'd figure out what is best or what interventions need to happen. But the policy doesn't dictate that. It just says parents are going to be part of that process, and kind of makes it more of a neutral, less a presumption toward not retaining.
Mr. Donnelly?
Catherine, could you put up the slide from, so I believe it was our last meeting, there was a report regarding retention information, and if you could go forward, yeah, that's it there. You know, the argument was raised during public testimony that it is possible to retain students in the Anchorage School District. If you look at the chart, for kids in the 3rd grade, there was 3,552 students. Of those, 5 were retained last year. Yeah, it is possible, but statistically, that's almost non-existent. So there clearly has been a long-standing policy, and if you read the policy, it's very argumentative that students should never be retained, essentially. This would replace that policy with a policy that's based on what is the best interest of the student. Remove that presumption and just have a fair analysis of what is in the best interest of the individual child. And that clearly might not be retention. In many cases, it will not be retention. But at least it allows a fair consideration of whether retention is appropriate in those individually assigned or examined cases. And also, as Board Member Hildy pointed out, for the first time really allows a significant, and those are the words, significant consideration of what the parents think also. I've had many parents approach me over the last 2 years saying that we really felt our son or daughter needed to be retained, and their teachers supported retaining them, but the school wouldn't retain them. And we really think it would have been in the best interest of our child. Now, as that process is examined by the experts and by the teachers, the thoughts of the parents should be given, are clearly going to be given significant consideration. But once again, the final decider is what is in the best interest of that individual child at that particular time. So yes, it is possible, as we can see, 5 of 3,552 students last year in 3rd grade were retained, but that certainly does not seem to be that there were only 5 that it was in their best interest to be retained last year. And I really do think there's a strong positive step. I just want to say that nowhere at any time ever in discussing this matter did I ever say that this was a magic bullet or even suggest that this was the only thing or that this was a cure-all in any way of the challenges that we face as a board or as a school district. It's just one thing of many things that I think we need to address to move forward to do a better job for our kids. So any contention that, well, this won't fix it by itself, I agree. This is not a magic bullet. I've never said that ever. But I do think that the adopting a neutral policy of what's in the best interest of the child is better than the current policy. And I think those numbers over there are pretty dramatic of what's going on out there. I'd also say that the argument that this is going to be exclusively based on testing is also specious, because the standard is not what testing is. The standard is what's in the best interest of that particular individual student. And there may be students that don't test well, but it would not be in their best interest to hold them back. And we really need to move them forward, because it would be too damaging to them in other ways possibly. And we need to, help them every way we can. So testing alone, that is not what this particular standard says. It's what's in the best interest of the child. Thank you.
Mr. Holman?
It's an interesting point to look at policy that I think doesn't necessarily change anything. I'm one of those parents that had a child born in July, mid-July, and at the end of kindergarten, he was doing okay, but we really were unsure as to whether or not first grade was right. He was the smallest kid in the school, and it created a discussion with his teacher, with the principal, counselor, parents, and I felt that it really fell to us. If we'd pushed one way or the other, that's how it would have gone. I'm in support of this, and the main reason is I don't think it pushes. I hope no one gets the idea that the school board wants to see a whole lot of retentions if we pass this policy, but it does emphasize the role of a parent in being able to raise the issue and be included in the discussion and the decision, which I would hope they are, but I've also heard some people say that they have not been. And so to the degree that this emphasizes that, and again, it's important to me that the amendment doesn't speak specifically to test scores. It talks about best interest and basically gathering evidence. And the classroom teacher that sees the work of the child every day, I think is going to be one of the most critical parts of that. And yeah, we should look at whether or not it's in the best interest of the child. So I hope this doesn't change a whole lot, other than maybe some parents that might get waved off or feel like they can't raise that issue, have the assurance that they can or receive a little more warmly. So I'm in support.
Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, I'm overall in support of this because I think that it is good to explicitly include the parents in this. I am wondering about why we're striking research indicates that very few children benefit from being retained if that research has been invalidated. And just a couple of comments. I completely agree with Ms. Elledge that it doesn't make sense to retain students and have them do what they did the previous year. So if we do have students who are retained, I would want to make sure that to the teacher who spoke earlier, I can't remember your name, sorry, remember your first name, but Ms. anyway. We need to look at, what, and we already do, what is holding that student back? Is it factors at home? Is there not support there? Is it a learning disability? Is it that they need a different approach? Just simply retaining a student because they're not experiencing growth or not achieving proficiency, if we don't get at the underlying clauses and if we don't provide something different for them, it doesn't really make sense. And it is interesting when we look at Florida, they've had some success. They also have pre-K available for everybody, full-day pre-K available for every student in the state, and they have mandated maximum class sizes, 18 for K through 3, 22 for 4 through 8, and 25 for 9 through 12. So it would be interesting to be able to tease apart which of those elements has created their improved results. So that's not a real compelling argument to me at this point, but I do like explicitly having parents in there, and I guess I'm just wondering why that one line is being struck, if that is something that has been found to no longer be true.
Ms. Hildy?
I'll speak on that. Generally, if we're going to look at an issue in governance, we take the issue and then we start from that and really consider all the aspects of it and weigh it. In this case, this is just the verbiage Member Donnelly presented, so it's not starting with that inquisition element of it. So from a governance standpoint, this is and you were at the meeting, the language we were offered. I don't think anybody was discrediting the research. It's just how many words you kind of want in the policy. And the idea being that it's a neutral approach. And
Ms. Mitchell?
And I guess it's just simply a question, is research does change and information does change. It may be that, that this isn't true any longer. I read something related to Florida last week that said that in their experience over the past few years, there haven't been my understanding is that and I don't know that this is the place to have this deep discussion, but that the issue used to be that if students were retained, they were less likely to graduate from high school, and there's some indication from the Florida experiment that's going on, or the change in policy there, that isn't true anymore. And I'm wondering if that's why that was struck, or is there another reason, or is it just that you didn't think it was necessary? It's just a simple question. Hopefully it didn't come across as an inquisition.
Mr. Donnelly?
I was trying to reach a neutral policy here that's based on the best interest of the student, that didn't incorporate this evidence is quite old that's referenced in this policy. We don't even know for sure how long this policy's been around. It's been around for so long. But I do think there's two sides. There's new emerging evidence that contradicts this. So I think that it's more appropriate just to leave it out and to go with what's in the best interest of the student standard, rather than to influence the decision making by the folks that are going to be making this decision, with having the board saying that very few children would benefit. I think that's part of the directive that's created those very dramatic numbers that were up on the screen about no students being retained. But I do think that there is academic evidence out there that should be considered. I mean, if it's appropriate for that individual child, the appropriate academic evidence should be considered in the process of making this decision.
I have a concern. I've been one of those parents that I retained my son in first grade and had a difficult time doing so. So I am in favor of this being more of a collaborative effort. However, under promotion, where it says students shall progress through the school district's grade levels by demonstrating growth and adequate proficiency in learning the required basic skills, that sounds more to me like they have to have those things before we can progress them through the grade system. And I'm just wondering if that becomes something where we say they don't demonstrate growth and they don't have adequate proficiency, so that we're going to retain them. That doesn't say that it's neutral and we can have a discussion with everyone. Mr. Foster first.
I'll be voting against this destructive policy. It's not neutral. It's not anywhere close to neutral. I appreciate the sort of the attempt, but the weight of the evidence from the current research, just look at education, finance, and policy and run the tagline grade retention and look at the weight of the evidence. It's strongly against grade retention. It's strongly against grade retention at the third grade in the Florida example, because it happens to fall disproportionately on uneducated mothers who have young children. That's the effect of the policy in Florida. That is not the business I want to be in. You might choose that. I'm not interested. I think that's a very dangerous place to go. This policy is not neutral. It adds proficiency next to the discussion of growth. What proficiency tests do we have when you go to our website? Just go to the top of the website. What do we have? District report cards. Go down that report card and what do you find? The PEAKS proficiency tests. We have a high risk of putting folks who have challenges in their household, who don't get to proficiency in the early testing. We run a risk. I think it's a risk too high to adopt this policy at this point in time. Let me highlight a few things, though, that I think Bob Griffin, thank you for calling me on this early so I had a chance to do some research. I do appreciate that, Bob, in sharing on it. And David Neese, he also brought up some things that I think were very useful for me to research. A more powerful policy that yields better benefits comes from the wisdom we had from the retention queen of kindergarten. It turns out delaying the early start is a much stronger, more effective policy than a third grade retention. So that's where I would like to encourage us to focus, is that delay point. Much stronger research, better results, and I think more appropriate for our community as a whole, and avoid some of the risks that we would otherwise face with this particular policy. And I think the other part, if you look specifically at the language, especially in the lower elementary grades, that's not where we want to do this. You want to do it right at the start, right at kindergarten, and it's especially important for the young boys to figure out whether they're ready or not. Socially, emotionally, are they ready? Because they can be big disruptors. That's where the research shows the best investment return. So I'm very concerned with this particular policy based on my reading of the research. Finally, going forward, if I look at the statistic quoted by the Commissioner of Education in his opening with the Senate committee, I was really struck by that. So I went and looked up the New York University research that suggested that if we don't get everyone reading by third grade, we're going to have problems with graduation. Well, the underlying research that was based on was looking at a sample that doesn't represent Alaska. It's a New York sample. A New York sample where after the third grade, they have trouble keeping kids at any reading level. If you look at our Anchorage growth rates or our Alaska growth rates, we have solid growth in not just scale scores, but if you look at Anchorage proficiency, we do a pretty good job of raising proficiency over time. So I look at that 4th to 8th grade span, so that NYU research isn't particularly relevant here. You've got to recalibrate that for our situation. It's fascinating to me that we're in this space when I think the value really for us comes from earlier intervention. And so I want to strongly encourage all of you to think in those terms and give some additional time and consideration to whether this particular policy, the way it's crafted, is the right one. I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Hildy?
Thank you. And I do agree with Member Foster on, of course we want the earlier the better, but this policy doesn't, it is pretty benign in saying that existing student study teams, the practices that we already use that's not changing. How you assess whether a student needs to be retained, the language being added when academically appropriate and in the best interest of the student, that helps make sure we're not pushing something beyond what is appropriate for a child, and adding the language in for the parents. That part is important, and I do hear that, and I'll say it again from our special needs parents routinely, that they want to be part of the decision-making process. This isn't pushing one way or the other, it's just bringing more people to the table and making sure parents have a say in a stronger voice in what's best for their child. It doesn't mean that's the conclusion they're going to come to. It's the same study team of looking at all the aspects. Maybe it doesn't matter if they're proficient or, they're going to look at that for each child. Nothing in this policy gets into that nitty-gritty assessment. That's less left to the study team at that child's school, the people who work with that individual child and know them best, now better including the parents in that process.
Dr. Bishop?
The information that I read in regard to Tennessee does essentially what Member Foster said. It didn't leave it to third grade. Like a system, when they said, oh no, how many kids are proficient on peaks? you know, the alternate of that are the kids who would be stayed back. That actually wasn't what occurred. What occurred was they invested more money into early education, and they started having the conversations in kindergarten. So the policy but they did have a non-retention policy, and whether you want carrots or sticks, essentially the outcome was that real conversations could be had about the data that we already have to say, boy, if we're along this trajectory, I mean, we had the senator bring it up. There's a trend line and a relationship between what we know are skills in the first month of kindergarten, what are the skills in the second, and is that defined, that 80% of it lie true, just in a very quick assessment. And so there's other 20%, there's a lot other stuff going on that we don't know, that it takes more detail to understand a child's learning and cognition. But for the most part, small adjustments early on can make that happen so that kids don't stay back. But I mean, I would like to share that, you know, we have Destination 2020 and we talk about it, but we don't really talk about it. We don't really do the things we need to do to ensure that all that is happening. I mean, it is out there, but we don't do, our conversations are around more how we do things and how we like to do things when we know certain, you know, and it's not true for everything, but it allows you to have the conversation. But the data, it would be horrible if you waited to third grade. What this did in my research was that it changed and made sure that the teachers that came up and said you have to do something different, that our processes for doing something different were there and accounted for. And that's what it did, because nobody, the educators, the principals, parents, nobody wanted to see thousands of children left back. It basically shone a light on the issue of early literacy and the importance of early learning. So that is where the rubber meets the road, is the youngest the child that you can impact. It works.
And I just want to say again, I'm in support of this except for promotion, because the way I read this, yes, it says school board recognizes that especially in lower grades, a retention may be necessary and it needs to be a group effort. But the way I read this, it says students shall progress through the school district's grade levels by demonstrating growth and academic proficiency in learning the basic skills. So that says every child that doesn't meet those requirements can be retained, but you have to bring all the parties in, but we're going to be looking at a lot of children to retain based on that comment right there.
Madam President, the adequate proficiency, I don't think adequate has been defined, which that, to me, adequate is wide open.
But is it defined, as Mr. Foster said, in what we're putting out there? I mean, I believe that parents should be involved in this decision. I just don't want to set us up so that we don't have, excuse me, that we have to follow, I'm losing my voice, Mr. Holloman.
I'll talk for a while. I'm going to say that I do understand some of the fears that Member Foster presented, but I think one of the saving graces is the phrase in here that the superintendent or designee shall promote alternatives to retention among certificated staff. And so alternatives to retention will be part of every individual conversation. And I think it's critical that the emphasis here is these are student by student conversations. It's not a cut score. It's not a broad policy that says if you haven't done this, then you stay back. But it suggests if you're not doing very well or you're not proficient, then there's going to be a conversation. And that doesn't necessarily mean held back either. You do look at alternatives, and you do look at what happens if we do let the student go forward, is the social value to the kid worth it? Is there evidence they may be able to do well next year with help? To some degree, I think we ought to be looking at that for every student as a normal thing. I wish there was a way to make a footnote, or we could put stickies on our policy, but I guess that comes down to administrative regulations. We're not asking for people to suddenly turn and try to retain but that when it's a concern, there's a group that takes a time out and goes, we're going to talk about this, and alternatives to holding the student back are going to be part of that conversation every single time.
Ms. Snellen?
So whenever we look at our board policies, I look at the before and the after and what the intended changes are. And I don't, with this particular one, see a hugely significant change, save for bringing the parents' voice to the conversation, and I'm all in support of that. My question on the last sentence about the parents being given significant consideration by the study team in considering a recommendation, I'm guessing or assuming that the intent is, they want their child, retained for whatever varying reasons, that will now be given a significant consideration. Will that also be given the same way if the parent does not want their child retained? And what would that look like?
I think it's neutral language. I mean, if yeah, well, Member Foster's agreeing with that part of it, it's neutral. So yes, it's meant to empower the parents, give the parents a very clear voice in the process. We still want the study team to make the final recommendation, but we really want it institutionalized that the parents be involved in that process and their feelings be given significant consideration. Yeah.
Emily?
I think that the way this is worded, it isn't going to change too much. Like, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you're going to, doesn't mean that you should. And I feel like if this were to pass, it's not going to make it so that, every year the number of students that are being held back increases just because of the wording in it. I think that it is just sort of a way to make it kind of more involved so that the right decision is made, which is important because this is it has a big effect on a student and how they do in their later years of school too. And so I just think that it's not too crucial maybe how it's worded in here, because I don't think that how it's worded, if it were to pass, is going to make the number of retentions go up a ton.
Thank you. Mr. Foster?
I would also ask if there is a significant problem that we're addressing, where's the fiscal note for the additional cost this is going to create? One of the considerations that people have had when they've reviewed retention policies is the financial impact if they make a significant change in the number of folks who are going through, instead of 13, now 14 years of schooling. And so you're adding an at least an additional year on top of whatever other supports that you might bring to bear, when the more efficient policy is to bring that resource to bear in kindergarten.
So one final comment, because I just want to be clear on this, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but Dr. Bishop, I would ask you on promotion, because you guys will be doing the ARs to support this, is there anything in promotion that I think that it changes things, but I want to know how you feel as a superintendent on that particular sentence, and does it change anything in the way that, does it say we have to look at every student, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just asking. So every student, before it was demonstrating growth, that they have to demonstrate growth, now it's saying growth and adequate proficiency.
And I would like to talk to our education, if the discussions around this, it was discussed with our teaching and learning department, and Mark Stock was the lead on it. So under promotion, Dr. Stock, have you identified that section?
Yes.
Okay, so on the bottom, on retention, it speaks to academically appropriate, but in that section of promotion, it says adequate proficiency. So as we move forward with administrative regulation, do you see that as being a hard stop, is my understanding?
I do not. I believe that we would want to look at some administrative regulation language to define adequate proficiency. And I think that was your point earlier, that there has to be some discussion around that. But I think to Member Donnelly's comments about this, I think we have to remember that all of that is still rooted in what's best for the child, and that we include the parents. So with that thought in mind, I think, you know, adequate proficiency still has a range of consideration with regards to what's best for the child. And so there will be students who don't meet a minimum standard of proficiency but have shown adequate growth. And they're growing at a rapid rate, making what we call catch-up growth, but they're still not at a level of, but they're making growth towards that. And so that would be the kind of consideration that someone might say, well, let's just carry on because he's getting there. So I think there's plenty of wiggle room in here for those decisions to be based individually on the need of the child.
But it doesn't say or, it says and. Any other board comments or discussion? Okay, student vote?
Yes.
Okay, board's vote, please. Who's? Dina, did you vote? Okay. So that motion carries with 5 yeas and 2 nays.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 120 and pass revisions to Board Policy Number 6115, Ceremonies and Observances.
Second.
Okay, and at this time, we have several people signed up for testimony. I'm going to call Ann Brown and David Nees. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I'm here to encourage
Oh,
the,
Ann, I'm sorry, Ann. Go ahead, Dan.
You're up first.
We'll give you a couple seconds.
I'm here to encourage the board to pass Member Donnelly's proposal to play the national anthem and Alaska flag song at the beginning of each school week. It's important for children to have pride in their country and state. Quote, "Intelligence is not enough. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education," said Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In addition to developing our students' intelligence, our schools should seek to develop their characters, pride in our country, state, and institutions of government, as symbolized in part by things like our anthem and flag song, helps youngsters understand that there are things bigger than themselves and their personal wants and desires. Pride in country and state make children better able to balance their personal wants and needs against those of others, and to make positive contributions to society. I urge the board to take this step to help our students have pride in our country and state by playing the anthem and flag song at the beginning of each school week. It is a simple but important step. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Michael Trevigliolo. Thank you, Michael. I should have just said it real quick so you wouldn't have noticed.
No, I'm up. All right, yeah, I lost a second till you I'm up. Okay, I would like to say that I support this, and I support it for a couple of reasons. Number one, schools and education are how you, as a cultural institutions, It's how we pass our culture on from generation to generation. We do it with government in America, we do it with schools, we do it with education. And, there are people that, get upset. That's what America is. We talk, we argue, we all walk around, at the end of the day, we're all Americans. And if you look at this, there's two components to it. The first one is the national anthem. Now, I was at the Frozen in History thing the other day, and they were talking about the soldiers, the black soldiers that were segregated, were kept out in the cold, were not allowed to interact with any of the other people along the project. And when they built the bridge in Canada, that they got done in 85 hours, that they were told it would take over 2 weeks, they got to march across the bridge. And what did they get to march across the bridge to? The national anthem. End of 1918, World Series is going on. Tens of thousands of boys have died over in Europe. The Navy band plays its anthem, Star Spangled Banner. Crowd stands reverently, and it's been a part of baseball ever since. The Alaska song has 2 verses. I can't tell from this whether or not you're picking the first and the second. The first celebrates the white people coming to Alaska. The second doesn't celebrate the white people coming to Alaska. And that's very important to present both sides. I was at Government Hill when I was doing my student teaching back in the late 1970s, and that group of students were mostly immigrants to the U.S., a lot of Hmong children living up there at that time. They had to sing the Alaska song in every classroom every single day. They love that song. It talks about the state they live in. It lets them identify with the country that they are in and the state they're in. It does pride. Pride is a good thing. It can be a bad thing, but it's also a very good thing. What I'm very concerned about was the report you sent out that you said you have schools that where the policy that's mandated says you're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance and they're not doing it. So if you pass this one, it needs to have something in there about how they report back to you that they're actually completing the required things and what the consequence is if they choose not to do what you, the board, mandate. The pledge is optional to stand up and say. It's not optional for a school to say, we're not doing it today, we're busy.
Thank you. If I could have Lena Lafferty.
My name is Michael Tavalero, and again, I'm from Eagle River. I've been up here a while. 5 kids attended the ASD. Now I got a bunch of grandkids in it. When I first heard of this proposal, I got actually excited about it because it's foundational. So I support Board Member Donnelly's proposal to have Anchorage schools play the national anthem and the Alaska flag song at the beginning of each week. Given the past year's low ranking, poor outcomes of the ASD and the large sums of money spent per capita student, it's about time for the ASD board to consider a major reformation of its education system. Given the senator's dramatic report, even she is an advocate for reform and analysis of its governance and responsibility to its only clients, our children. This reform is imperative and must begin foundationally. It starts with identity, who we are as a community, a state, and a nation. That first begins with patriotism. With building this foundation, 2 of the cornerstones of this edifice must be our Alaska flag song and our national anthem. I humbly submit to you that in order to change society, and I'm paraphrasing Buckminster Fuller, we must adopt artifacts and tools which will establish clarity of purpose and imagination based on our history, our community, and our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I could call Jeffrey Lafferty.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Lena Lafferty. I am a veteran, naturalized citizen of these United States. I just wanted to let you know that I was hoping that you guys would pass this ordinance. I think that it would be great to listen to the national anthem. It's 1 minute and 22 seconds. I apologize, I don't know what the Alaska anthem, how long it is, because I'm from New York, so I'm sorry. But the reason why I came here was I had heard that someone had stated it was too militaristic. I don't know who stated that, but I just want to let you know that over the weekend we went to Ferrande and they had the running of the reindeer. And what did we hear at the running of the reindeer was this lovely woman who sang our national anthem and did it amazingly. So I really don't think of the running of the reindeer as very militaristic. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm for it, and it wouldn't take that much time out. I know that they do the Pledge of Allegiance at my son's school. So if it helps for inclusivity, because that's how I see it, we're inclusive, we're the United States of America together, then we should do it and go for it. And then hopefully that'll help those who don't know much about their country to learn more about it. And that's the goal, is education. Thank you very much, and I apologize, but I have to leave because I'm so hungry. So this is my spouse, my better half, and then I'm going to go eat. Thank you. Have a nice
Thank
evening.
you. If I could have Jessica Minquez.
Well, good evening. My name's Jeff Lafferty. That was my wife, Lena. And I just want to echo what everyone else has said before me. We talk about the foundation of who we are as a country, but at the same time, I guess I'm up here, and what really brought me here was I was really upset, and I'm mad because when I heard that there were some board members that thought the national anthem was too militaristic, it's offensive to some, it takes too much time. How dare you think like that? Sit up there in front of us with the national colors behind you, the Alaska state flag behind you, take our tax dollars, ask for more tax dollars, and then tell us we can't do the national anthem in our schools once a week. How bloody well dare you? You're a bunch of hypocrites. And I guarantee you, if I could ask you to raise your hand, and I can't ask questions of you, to see who would have enough fortitude and courage to say, yeah, I said that, none of you would do it. And you know you wouldn't. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
No clapping, please.
Did you want to call someone?
Yes, Tom Claymeyer.
Long time no see. All right, I'm looking at the clock and I'm going at hour 13 in this building, so I'm going to try and be brief. But I'm back to urge you to vote against the proposed amendment to Board Policy 6115. I want to start by saying that I love routines and rituals in schools and in classrooms. When a community creates a routine or a ritual for itself, that ritual can be incredibly powerful. When I was at Wonder Park Elementary, after the daily school-wide Pledge of Allegiance, you could hear the students say, with these hands, with this heart, with this mind, I can do anything. And I could see that that community was sending itself a compelling message. What makes those routines and rituals different from the proposed policy amendment here is that it's being mandated from the school board and not chosen by all school communities. There may be schools that choose this for themselves, schools for whom the national anthem or the Alaska flag song have special meaning, and therefore the community elects to take time out of academics to make it part of their day. But to require it as policy does not lend it meaning to a community. The action isn't meaningful if it's not a choice. And so I'm asking you to vote no on the proposed amendment to Board Policy 6115. To make a ritual like this optional is patriotic. To mandate it is, in my mind, nationalistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Barb Clark.
Tom Claymeyer, again, speaking as an individual this evening. I'm a United States Air Force veteran and have served since then as a public school teacher for the last 23 years, and I view that very much serving my country as I did my military service. And I'd like to speak against Memo 120, amending the ASD school board policy here. For similar reasons, this is an amendment searching for a problem that, in my mind, I think is unnecessary. The pledge is said every day. I believe very much in the pledge. I love the national anthem. I love the Alaska flag song. I guess if Senator Donnelly could sing the third verse of the national anthem for me, maybe I'd change my mind. But I think that just simply...
Point of order.
Yeah, we can't, well,
I'm not asking him to actually do it. It was
yeah,
rhetorical.
I know, but it just, we
I
can't.
think, point of order, Madam President, speaking about individuals
Right.
during testimony is against the board's
My
rules.
apologies. He's the maker of the amendment, so that's why I was... my apologies, Mr. Donnelly. It's already taught. In fact, I was at the Alaska Native Charter School, and they sang it in Yupik there. So among other national patriotic songs, we all know them. We've all sung them in school. It's already currently happening. And to give up time for instruction, for mandatory singing each time, I think learning happens best when it's embedded in relevant, well-designed curricula, which it already is, not the mindless repetition. It's similar to a forced apology. If you've ever tried to have a child force an apology, they can say the words, but doesn't mean anything. When I was in the Air Force, every day in basic training and in tech school, we had to sing the Air Force song every day, and I had it memorized, and to this day I can remember the first 2 lines, and that's it. I know the Alaska flag song, even though I didn't go to school here, because I'm an Alaskan, and that's an important thing to learn, but it wasn't mandated. I just think that how far do we go from forced singing down a slippery slope sometime to forced marching? It just, I don't see this as a necessary thing in schools. And in fact, as a veteran and a teacher, I think we get much more in developing our students' citizenship by developing their critical thinking, by developing their sense of choice, and protecting their freedom in doing so, and having that civic dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Peter Goldberg.
I'm waiting for the thing. Hi. Every year in October, we have homecoming. And part of homecoming, those of you who know West High know there's kind of a circle that you can walk around the building. And the band marches through playing the school song, and all the kids go out into the hallway to watch. And I always teach my kids, particularly my freshmen, the school song On the Anchor, and we all sing it together in rehearsal, and we all go out in the hall and we sing it along with the band. And also every year I go to district assembly for my union. It's kind of like our state convention. We deliberate for 3 or 4 days. The last day often runs until midnight or so. And at the end of DA, all the teachers, 300 or 400 around that big ballroom, and the captain cook, we all hold hands and we sing the Alaska state song. And when we get to the part about the North Star, everybody raises their hand together. It is corny and wonderful, and it's my favorite part of the whole thing. But I'll tell you what, if you made me do it every day of DA, it would not be my favorite part. In fact, if you made me do it once a month, it would not be my favorite part. What makes those songs special is the occasion that they accompany. And I don't want to lose that. I don't want that song to become routine. I don't want On the Anchor is really not that wonderful a song. It's kind of the occasion that makes it so. And when you make it ordinary, when you make it routine, when you make it something we do because it's time, it's 7:30 on Monday morning, and here we go again, I think you take a lot of the magic out of it. Also, my first hour class is 50 minutes long. I teach 4 sections of freshmen, and first hour is one of those. We already do the pledge. And we do the pledge every morning. And morning announcements also happen during that point of time. By the time I start class, I'm often, 10 or 15 minutes, usually but 10 minutes short of what I'm going to have in those other 3 sections to do. So there's that. There's a time thing. And I think that time thing, now we're talking about timing, because those songs are important, I want my kids to learn about them in context. I want them to learn the national anthem from a music teacher who can handle that, octave and a half range. And I want the Alaska song in particular, the flag song, to happen in social studies, as I believe it does. A friend of mine is a musician, and the name of her album is The Story Behind the Song. If we're going to teach the song, if we're going to do the song, I want my kids to have the time and the respect to have the story behind the song, and not just the same song every day because it's time, or every week because it's time. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have Rick Davidge.
President Marset, board members, I rise in respect to stand in favor of Mr. Donnelly's proposal. I am Colonel Peter Goldberg, U.S. Army retired, but just a few days shy of 37 years active in reserve service. This is very important to me as a father of 6 and a grandfather of 17, that my children, that my grandchildren know this musical material. For me, it's more important even than reading, writing, and arithmetic for our students to learn love of country, to instill in them and to teach them that love of country. You know, several years ago, I was at the BRAC Commission meeting over in the Denina Center, where on the 3rd floor, there was standing room only on the entire floor where people came to come in support of retaining some units at Fort Richardson. The head of that commission made a remark that they had never seen around the entire country such an outpouring of patriotism in any city in the United States. If we fail to support this, we're slapping the face of so many patriots. You know, just the military and their dependents are more than 10,000 in Anchorage. If you add in all the other people that work for these military bases and all the businesses that gain money off the business money that they generate, they're all patriots. They, on the large measure, perhaps the vast, vast majority, would support it. I've heard it said that some think it's martial music. Well, I'll tell you, in my 37 years, I never marched to the national anthem. I stood at attention. And I've also heard it said that some people might be offended. Well, maybe a few would be offended. I suspect not many. You know, I served with NATO in Kosovo. There were 22 nations there. And whenever any national anthem was played, every military member stood at attention for every nation's national anthem. It was about respect. So while I love the fact that this proposal says that students can sit down if they want to, and it's their First Amendment right, I fought for it. I know people who died for it. But we should also encourage them to stand, to show respect for our state and for our nation. And that's why it is so important that just as all of you and all of us pledge to that flag, to this republic, that we need to get behind this and vote yes. I beg you to be patriots and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This one's going to be hard to read. Is it Thomas? Okay, yeah. Oh, I see you wrote it underneath there, yeah.
My name is Rick Davidge. I'm the state chairman of the Alaska Veterans Foundation, charged with representing all combat veterans in the state of Alaska, which is an impossible task. I want to talk about something a little different. I'm a combat veteran, Vietnam, 1965. If you saw the movie We Were Young and Soldiers, I was in one of those helicopters. But we have watched and participated in, and some of us have complained about, the steady destruction of our sense of community. It starts early, and it matriculates through our process at schools, be they K through 12 or college. And then it sits at home and in work. Recent sociological studies, which I've been reading, have found that across our nation, this loss of our sense of community is tearing us apart as a nation. Fascinatingly, It was the most common denominator in the turnout that turned the change of the election of the President of the United States. The sense of loss of community, the need for community. Communities that had a sense of community and were strong voted differently. What happens when we stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? We have a sense of community. We have a sense of that. We feel that. And we do the same thing when we listen to the national anthem, or we sing the national anthem. We have a connection emotionally with a sense of community. One of the first things we discovered in our effort to end veteran homelessness and end 22 is the number of veterans who kill themselves every day in our country. The key issue is a sense of community, or the lack of a sense of community. I've given you a written copy of my testimony, which goes into a little bit more detail here, but I'll leave that with you. Standing together one day a week and listening to the national anthem and the Alaska flag song will, I think, do a great deal of help in reestablishing our sense of community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If we could have Catherine. Yes. I love it when you guys finish it for me.
Hello, I'm Staff Sergeant Thomas Williams, retired. I can't say enough of what the flag means to me. I was raised doing the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem very regularly, and then I went in to serve my country. And the Stars and Stripes has a meaning and will always have a meaning far beyond what it used to for me. And repetition is key. I'm a home educator as well. I've got 5 kids, 8, 7, 5, 3, and 1. It's kind of chaos, but every morning we start with devotions, and we have a hymn that we're going to sing for 1 year straight. Why? To lock it into their brains. Same hymn every day. Those kids can sing it pretty damn well now. But the repetition doesn't make it any less. It instills it into them. And it's important to have an identity, to have a foundation to build upon. And when these kids have nothing to identify with, especially in today's culture, they're lost. They have more attitude and behavioral issues. It breeds a whole host of other things. And you can look these things up, but when you put a foundation in front of these children, something to shoot for, if nothing else, you're saying, this is a country that you can do whatever you set your mind and heart to. That gives them somewhere to shoot for. And this is a state that is a pretty amazing state. I never get tired of looking at the scenery. And I'll fight for this state just as much as I did for this country. You're providing it with a foundation, and the repetition just sets it in, locks it in, just like I do for my kids. So thank you.
Thank you. If I could have, was it Candace Young?
Hi there. I am here to also support the Memorandum 120 regarding the anthem and the Alaska state flag. So I am also a naturalized citizen. I came here with my family when I was 7 and came into school where they recited the Pledge of Allegiance, and we heard the national anthem, I think actually daily in my schools. And I stood respectfully. I was not offended. I knew that I was in a host country and I was new and I was learning as fast as I could. Didn't have to learn a new language because I was from Canada. But I found it to be extremely helpful in learning my new country, and I found it to be an amazingly beautiful song. It speaks of an attack on Fort McHenry, I think it was, yes. A long night of battle, and then the dawn revealing that the stars and stripes were still flying. And that is an image that to me is not militaristic, it's just beautiful. It's about victory, it's about rejuvenation, it's about redemption, it's about us, the people who fought and died to make this country what it is, so that we have a president, we have a political process where we can contribute and we can participate, and we don't answer to a king or a despot. So, and to me, it still is a sign of respect for the people who are still fighting and dying for our country, for our freedoms. And repetition is key. You know, giving kids options at certain ages, they can easily choose a path that isn't as positive. This is extremely positive, teaching them about their country and forcing them to learn these things. Very positive, gives them a great structure and a great place to start. So thank you all for listening. It's been a pleasure and a privilege.
Thank you. If I could have Henry Young? Harry, sorry, Harry. I didn't put my glasses back on.
Good evening. I'm Candace Young, and I'm in support of having the national anthem sung at schools. I'm going to take a different take and tell you the story of how the national anthem came to be written. The national anthem is a song about the bombardment of Fort McHenry during the War of 1812. The fort guarded the entrance to Baltimore Harbor. Britain had already fought 2 wars against the Americans in hopes to control colonists or to gain valuable territory. Britain at this time was the greatest naval power on earth. After burning the city of Washington in 1814, the British turned their sights on Baltimore, sending in a convoy of British frigates and bomb vessels that began a bombardment on Fort McHenry starting in the early morning of September 13th. A relentless barrage of mortar shells, some weighing up to 200 pounds, flew in high arcs. Others exploded in midair, scattering shrapnel everywhere. Exploding rockets and smoke covered the sky. The morning of September 14th, the bombardment ceased. All through the night, Francis Scott Key watched the sky over Fort McHenry through a spyglass while on a diplomatic mission aboard a British warship 5 miles downstream. He paced and wondered whether a white flag of surrender would be seen when the sky cleared, or would he see a Union Jack flying above the fort. When the sky cleared, he looked with pride and awe at the stars and stripes flying proudly. Failing to capture Fort McHenry, the British fleet had departed. Keyes grabbed an envelope and wrote a poem about what he had seen. Within a few days, his poem was widely published in newspapers across the land. From Brian Kilmeade's book about Andrew Jackson, I quote, "Francis Scott Key's verses had sparked a patriotic fire that would help draw the nation together, and after years of defeats, America's fighting spirit had been stirred. Washington may have fallen, but the Union Jack did not fly over Baltimore," end quote. America was not the aggressor. America was not militaristic. In all 3 wars with Britain, America was always short of weapons, short of ammunition, short of money, short of adequate clothing and food for soldiers. But not one American was short of spirit. As a fledgling country, it would give its all to protect and defend a new nation its citizens were creating. The national anthem is a song of celebration. It is a song about perseverance and love of country. It is important for all cultures in our schools to sing patriotic songs that tell the stories of our country and help them learn the history behind the lyrics. They need to learn the history of how these songs came to be. It's part of our story. Our heritage must be passed on to the young, or our country will not survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Miller? Says Jim Miller.
Harry Young, and I'm speaking for Member Donnelly's guess we call it amendment here, or recommendation, policy. I'm not going to be nearly as eloquent and as long as my wife, but a little history on the both of us. We're both Air Force brats. Her dad flew first wave Normandy. My dad flew 52 missions to the B-24 in World War II in New Guinea. We met on an Air Force base in 1960. We've been married 51 years. I served in the Air Force and ended up in the Coast Guard and retired out of the Alaska Air Guard. This is my country. I never saw combat. I want to throw that out, just so we don't have any Democrat congressman moments. 40% of our college students right now think socialism is a good thing. I'm floored. They have no idea of socialism's failure. Not a clue. They have no idea what's going on in Venezuela. You know, Americans walk their dogs, Venezuelans eat them. We tried socialism in this country. William Bradford on the Mayflower, for the first portion of the first year there, developed a communal method of distributing food and work. Unfortunately, there were some ne'er-do-wells. About half the colony starved the first year. We then broke it up into landmass, gave people their own plots, and we became the most successful nation on the face of the earth. Our college students don't know this. So, we're a nation under God. Oh my God. Our rights come from God, not from a king. And that's why it's so important that they know that. Because a king or a leader or a politician can take your rights. You have to talk to him to see if you're going to take them. So, we're running short of time. Why do we need to sing the national anthem? Because it's the hook, it's the leader, it's the entree into our history. And our kids need to know that, and they're not getting it. When we have 40% of the college students that think socialism's a good thing, there's never been a successful socialist country. It always evolves into a totalitarian state, and people die. Lots of people. So, again, I support this, and I support our country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kai Binkley Sims.
She's 132.
Oh, sorry. Don Jones. Or is it, I think it's Jones. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the lady that just described how the lyrics were brought together by Sir Francis Scott Key. And I also remember hearing a story regarding this raising of the flag, keeping the flag up all through the night, that many of the soldiers were blown up and their bodies were placed up against the flag to keep it up. And other times when bombs would go off, other soldiers would have to run up and try to keep bodies pushed up against to keep the flag up. So anyway, I shouldn't have been surprised, dismayed that the national anthem is no longer played in our schools. Why should I be surprised in a country where citizens have become so apathetic? Witness the illegal invasion coming in through our country's southern border with Mexico. As we concern ourselves about funding our schools, you, the school board, may want to consider that we American citizens are paying over $100 billion every year to deal with the illegal invasion. This is about patriotism. We should be taking care of ourselves first, but we're taking care of the disease, the health care, the education, the crime and drug trafficking and incarceration, not to mention the pain of crime victims. So I say we take care of ourselves first, then we can help others. The illegals are also suffering, being forced into prostitution. So I want to thank Dave Neese and the school board member Dave Donnelly for alerting the public and for recognizing our great need to remind children what they have in America. please play the Star Spangled Banner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chris. Oh, okay, good.
They're going to have a tough time with that name. Hi, ma'am, Madam President. I'm Don Jones. I'm also a retired veteran, 27 years in the United States Air Force, 14 combat deployments. This first came to my attention. I'm very happy first to say that we say the Pledge of Allegiance, to hear that we do the Pledge of Allegiance. That's significant. But I think also adding the national anthem and our flag song once a week would add to the culture for our youth and understanding of what it is to be a citizen. I looked it up, and it says a national anthem, also a state anthem, a national hymn, or a national song is generally a patriotic musical composition that evolves and eulogizes the history, traditions, and struggles of its peoples. Recognized either by the national, and it's recognized either by the national government or the official national song, or recognized, excuse me, by the national government as the official national song, or by convention through its use by the people. So I think playing this once a week is not a far reach. We heard earlier that when the national anthem was first played at a major sporting event, it was the World Series in 1918. It had such a profound effect on our people because they were going through World War I. We had so many persons involved, Americans involved in that fight, and had lost so many people that it was significant. Immediately, the third baseman, who was a Navy sailor, when he heard the band play the national anthem, he snapped to attention and turned and saluted the flag. And that immediately caused the rest of the teams, the other team members, to stand at attention and recognize the importance of it. To include, I'd like to throw out there Babe Ruth, just for historical fact. Ma'am, I've served all over the world, and I've served with a lot of other national military folks and stuff, as well as civilians. When their anthems are played, we do stand at attention. We do recognize this. It does drive a feeling among all of us. I would like to say, for my brothers in the U.S. Army Special Forces, of which I supported a lot from the Air Force side, Air Force Special Operations Command, we have a saying, De oppresso liber. It means to free the oppressed. To me, the American flag is not the symbol of a perfect past, but it is the symbol of a hopeful future, ma'am. And I am for this. I also represent my wife and my mother-in-law. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have,
Hi, I'm Chris Eichenlob. You're not ready yet?
okay, yeah, one moment. Is it Blaney? I'm having a tough time reading this. B-L-A-I-N-E-Y? Well, if it comes to the end and we didn't call your name, you'll have a chance to come up then, because I can't read this. Michael Chambers. Sorry about that.
Hi, I'm Chris Eichenlob. Originally I'm a farm kid from a small town in Pennsylvania, dairy farm growing up. I did Little League football, Little League, 4-H, Boy Scouts, played high school sports, and I support Mr. Donnelly's policy recommendation for a lot of reasons. But you know, after I graduated from high school, I joined the military. I was in the Air Force for 24 years. And I know what it takes to build teams, all right, and winning teams. And I grew up winning, and I kind of wished I was on a losing team somewhere where I knew what it felt like to get stomped. But I mean, I understand that it takes a lot of hard work and unity, bringing people together to make a team that's successful, all right. And what this does, this is a form of unity. It brings these kids. We're the most diverse school district in the nation, probably, you know. And these kids, they're refugees and everything else. And this is something for them to grab onto, for the kid next to them and say, "Hey, I'm part of this team. I want to win like these guys." We are exceptional. You know, we are an exceptional country. I mean, everywhere I've been, I mean, we were #1 in the world. I mean, we have the best Air Force in the world. I mean, everything we have is arguably the best in the world, and we kind of take it for granted. But these kids get a chance to be part of that, you know, and they get to get up with the other kids, and maybe they don't get it right away. Maybe one day you'll see that kid that was in kindergarten that listened to the national anthem. They're singing it in high school, and the kid was a refugee that could barely speak English because they heard it enough times, and they were like, "Hey, you know, that's a pretty cool song." I mean, I get, when I went to basic training, I mean, and still to this day I get goosebumps when I listen to the national anthem. I mean, I just don't understand how it's physical. I mean, I mean, if you've been to enough deployments like some of the gentlemen behind me, and I've been, I mean, and you understand when you hear that, it's like, wow, you know, and you hear it on the world, other countries playing your national anthem because, you know, they're trying to respect you. You know, it's a form of respect. And these kids have a chance to unite. I mean, instead of being diverse, I mean, we're very diverse, and there is some division, but to bring the division into unity with just something as simple as a national anthem in the state song. I mean, I don't even understand how we could be having this conversation right now because it makes so much sense to make that happen. I mean, it just does. I mean, we're looking for unity. Bring these kids together. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. If I could have Thomas Williams. Oh, okay. Catherine? Okay. Bob Griffin.
Well, I'm extremely excited about being here and testifying. I wasn't going to testify, but I was convicted in church yesterday, so I'm here. I'm extremely excited because you're talking about my two favorite subjects, my love for America and my love for Alaska. And I served in Vietnam, and I was also a school teacher in Delta Junction, so I have a tremendous bias in regard to what I believe. I believe that education is a transference. We not only transfer knowledge to our children, but we also transfer what it means to be an American and what our common heritage is. It's relatively easy here in Alaska because we have the highest per capita population of veterans in America here, and we should celebrate that. And so to me, when we transfer information to our children, one of the things that we do is we transfer our common heritage to them. And when I listen to the national anthem and I hear the one phrase that really stands out to me is that our flag was still there. And that seems kind of silly because you'd think that it would be the last phrase, but that meaning of our flag being still there, what that means to me is it means our nation is still here. That's what it means to me, and that's what we should imbibe in our children. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bethany Markham?
Madam President, is it okay if I proceed? Yeah, I'll be brief. You know, you've had several veterans come up here, like myself, and the guys get pretty emotional about the national anthem. That the sacrifices of the people that every time that I hear it, I have a tough time, getting through it with the comrades that I've lost. The 16 funerals that I attended my 20 years as a fighter pilot. And that just kind of brings in a little bit of perspective of the previous generations. To me, the things that they fought and died for that we have today. It's, I think, a very important part of the cohesiveness of our very diverse community that we're aligned behind this national anthem. It's something that, again, very, very emotional for veterans, which we have a bunch of here in Alaska. But again, because we are such a diverse community, I think this is an important aspect of the overall cohesiveness. And that's really, I didn't have any prepared statements, but that's all I had. I just want to speak from the heart on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bethany Markham. Like others here, I'm a veteran. It's my understanding from what I've been able to read is that the official policy of the Anchorage School District is to promote and teach patriotism. But the board, from what I was able to read, did a report, a survey of the various schools in the district regarding what they're doing to fulfill this requirement to promote and teach patriotism. And the board's own report showed that there were actually a few schools that weren't doing the pledge. Most were, but some were not doing the pledge, and only a few ever play the national anthem. Unlike an earlier testifier, for me, the national anthem is never mindless repetition. It's always very meaningful to me. It's a reminder of something that I should never forget, that none of us should ever forget, and it's that many people have sacrificed for my right to live freely and to speak freely here, and for yours to do the same. I'll be honest, and this is getting real, I'm not a fan of new regulations and new mandates on the schools because I fully realize that they are burdensome. But I think that this is 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes at the most, once per week. This is not a new class that has to be taught on a regular basis. It's simply an opportunity for people to celebrate that they live in a free country. So for this reason, and because it fulfills the district's responsibility to promote its own policy that exists right now for promoting patriotism, I urge the board's support. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would call for anyone else that would like to testify. And if you would state your name and spell it, please.
Hello, my name is Portia Noble, and that's Portia. Last name is Noble, Noble. And I'm accompanied by my daughter, Denina Noble. I am here today in support of Dave Donnelly's memorandum. I wanted to start off by sharing a story. When my daughter was 2.5 years old, she's 4 now, we were in the process of looking for full-time childcare. And I know this is kind of before the Anchorage School District process, but we started that process early. I toured 17 schools. These were my requirements: small class ratio, patriotic songs, and the Pledge of Allegiance. I was only able to find 4 schools out of all the daycares that I looked at within that 17 that supported that. I was really disappointed. Went further, seeing what the Anchorage School District offered in terms of preschool patriotism, and there was much of a lack. Also, there was no American flags in some of these schools. So that started the process of finding how can I still encompass patriotism outside of the home, but also when she's in an 8-hour school program. So out of those 4, the school that I chose was a school that not only does the Pledge of Allegiance, but also does the Star Spangled Banner, and also has 2 additional patriot songs every single day at 9 a.m. So it is the parent's obligation to have their child there at 9 a.m., but my daughter and I are very supportive of that. I am so blessed. Every day when she sees the American flag, she says, "American flag, Mommy," and then we see the Alaska state flag, and she says, "We live in Alaska," and she's able to actually identify where the state is based off of the flag, and we're truly grateful for that opportunity. So I'm saying that as someone who is going to start kindergarten, my daughter next year, that's what I'm going to be looking for. I'm going to be looking for not only the class ratio, but I'm also going to be looking for the patriot aspect that I see in that school. And if I don't, then the Anchorage School District might not be the place for my daughter. And I think that a lot of parents like myself really appreciate and really respect the patriotism and the American flag, and we want to see that in our school. And for us, we're willing to pay for that. So I want to say thank you, Dave Donnelly, for stepping up to the plate and bringing awareness to many parents that I think didn't have any idea that this was even something that needed to be discussed in school systems. I sure did not know, and am very grateful that I've now had the opportunity to find the best school that meets the needs that I want for my daughter and I. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to testify? Please come forward.
Hello, I'm Dalton Donnelly. I'm here tonight to support singing the national anthem and the Alaska State song at all of our Anchorage schools 1 time a week. My school is Northern Lights ABC. We do the Pledge of Allegiance, the Star Spangled Banner, and the state song every day. Also, the only time that we don't sing our songs is when we do a huge patriotic assembly and dress up in red, white, and blue. Francis Scott Key wrote our anthem during the Revolutionary War. When he saw our flag still standing. Also, at my school, kids are happy when they're singing and knowing that our country is free and independent. I think that having the national anthem in our school makes people happy when they're singing the morning songs, and on a daily basis, it helps boost happiness. It's a good thing to put in our schools. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, should I start? Oh,
Oh, and I'm sorry, your name?
Nancy Hopson, Hopson. I'm from Eagle River, and I can only claim one great-grandson in the school system, but there's more coming. I am from Georgia, but I've been here 35 years. I am a baby boomer, so I was born after World War II, and there was a lot of patriotism in that time, and I'm very proud to be a patriot. We stood every day of the 12 years of public school that I had, faced the flag, put our hands over our heart, and recited the Pledge of Allegiance. We sang the national anthem. It was played at every one of our sporting events. I've never felt that I was coerced into doing this. I felt privileged, and I still feel a thrill when I hear that song. Now, being the patriot that I am and the lover of country that I am, my 4 children came into the world without waving the American flag. They wanted food and they wanted comfort. But that is to say that patriotism has to be taught. Love of country needs to be taught. It's a learned behavior and a trait that I think we should establish with every child that we can. I'm really surprised that some of the schools have not had the Pledge of Allegiance even when they were asked to do so. That to me is abrogation of responsibility. It shows indifference towards what we should be teaching. And indifference, I think, should be added to the list of deadly sins. It shows a contempt, that it just leads right to contempt, and that is not what we want to be showing our rising generation or our leaders that we're growing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you state your name, please?
And my name is Miranda Walso. I want to speak in favor of this amendment. I think that the playing of the national anthem and the state song once a week balances the need for introducing a consistent theme of understanding the country and state we live in to our students with the needs of teachers to balance their workload and things without it. And I think that it's important, though, to also recognize that one of the reasons that we're having this discussion is because the right to an education system is something that's guaranteed in our state constitution and that is protected and advocated for by our federal government. Several years ago, there was a young woman who won the Nobel Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize, after surviving a shooting, after advocating for the rights of young girls to receive an education. That's not something that we have to struggle with in this country, fortunately. But I do think it is important for people to recognize that the education they're receiving and the opportunities they have to guide our public process are because of where we are, and that it's important we honor both the responsibility and the privilege that comes with that, and that introducing a tradition of playing and honoring the national anthems is a good way to do that. That is both symbolic and also makes it so that when these courses and topics do come up in the classes, they're not spending time just learning what it is, but they're able to have a substantive discussion about the history and the complexity of the anthem and about what that means for us as a people. we've seen opportunities in the last several years where the prevalence and familiarity with the anthem has been used to drive the conversation about our values as a country, about how we treat our citizens, about race. That would not have happened if the national anthem weren't prevalent. It's important for us to recognize that constitutionally, education is important. I think the best way to do that is by providing an opportunity for students to hear that. I also wanted to point out that I think it's important too that this amendment or in this motion does not require students to sing the national anthem. It simply states that it be played. The opportunity to listen respectfully to something, I think, is one of the benefits of being a student in the school system, and I would urge you all to support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Randy Elledge. Thank you for allowing me to speak, even though it is way past my bedtime.
Mine too.
Concerning the playing of the national anthem and the Alaska flag song, I'm an advocate of playing both. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm the father of 2 adult children that attended the Anchorage School District. Both of them pledged allegiance to the flag. Both of them sang, I should say, the national anthem and the Alaska state flag song. I'm proud to have served. I pray the generations going forward, if called, they will serve as well. Without being proud of our nation, will they serve? Educators are responsible for teaching. Teach the children to have pride in our country and our state.
Sir, can you hold on one? There we go. The mic had turned off, so we want to get you back on. We'll give you some extra
Where'd
seconds.
you lose me? I was appalled to learn that some schools are not reciting the Pledge of Allegiance today. That just floored me. I had no idea. I didn't know that until tonight, really. Yet, the school district accepts funds from the U.S. government. You know, when you accept funds from somebody, you buy into what they have for you. Is that not the Pledge of Allegiance? Is it not the national anthem? We're accepting state funds. Is that not the Alaska flag song? I think they all promote pride. And I think pride is something that kids are missing today. I happened to serve on the Susitna Girl Scout board for a few years, and I remember a troop leader coming in front of the board and telling us that her troop was not doing very well financially, and the kids may not have had a positive influence other than that troop leader. And I think that of our teachers today. You know, they have a role that they must fulfill, and they're quite often the only positive influence in that child's life. I support this 100%. As a matter of fact, I support it doing it daily, not necessarily once a week. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name's Crystal Kennedy, and I've sat there behind the board dais in the past, so, but very proud to be a 25-year resident of Eagle River, a proud military wife of an Air Force fighter pilot, and a proud Air Force daughter of a military or Air Force fighter pilot. And I've raised 3 children here in our community as well, and all of them understand what it means to listen to the national anthem, to sing it. They all know how to sing it, and the Alaska flag song. So I'm supporting this proposal. I think it's a great idea to make sure that our children learn the national anthem and the Alaska flag song, which is really a beautiful song. It promotes the idea of honoring and respecting the musical symbols of our country, which ultimately stand for the democracy that we all enjoy and benefit from. Now, respecting a national anthem is a concept that resonates with citizens of all nations. I've lived in 2 foreign countries, and I've visited many others. And it's just common decency for me and my family to respect the national anthem of those nations, just as I would expect visitors here to respect our national anthem. But even when our national anthem is played on foreign soil, it's honored by the citizens of those foreign nations. And I have to tell you my experience when I was in England about 3 years ago. My husband and I were attending an American sporting event, an NFL football game in London. And of course, the very first thing that the Brits did was they stood and sang "God Save the Queen," which you would expect them to do, their own national anthem. The next thing they did, though, was they stood for the American national anthem. And now I was pretty impressed that they were standing and singing. And you know, this is a country who we pretty much defeated in a pretty big war a couple hundred years ago, yet they respected our national anthem. And I'm thinking, if they can respect our national anthem, how much more we ought to be doing the same thing in our own country, to the point of teaching it to our children. My granddaughter, who's in 4th grade, started learning the national anthem this year, and I was actually surprised that she didn't already know it. If I'd known that, I would have tried to fix that sooner, but she didn't. But the point of it is, she's singing songs. She's singing the song right now. She's also learning how to play the Alaska State song on the piano. And when I listen to these songs, they remind me that they really do speak of good traits like beauty and bravery and perseverance and hope and a pioneer spirit. And I think those are good traits that we want our children to learn. So I very much support the idea of them being exposed to this song at an early age and learning both. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we go on, we do have to vote as a board to extend this meeting past 11 o'clock. So I'm going to ask a board member to either propose that we extend this.
I move that we extend our meeting past 11 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, all board members, we'll just do a, yeah, in favor? All those not in favor? Okay, we are going to proceed. Sir, if you could state your name and spell the last name for us, please.
Yeah, I'm Guy Hobson, live in Eagle River. I'll be really short. We still live in the United States of America. That's where we are. That's what this country is, and it's what it's all about. And if we would not have had the patriotism taught to us and our parents in the schools, if they hadn't have been patriots, our country wouldn't be what it is today. And if we don't continue that on with our children, we're going to be in a bad way. So I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could you spell your last name, sir?
Hopson.
Thank you. I want to ask, but I don't want to ask. Is there any other is there any other testimony? Okay, at this time then, I'm going to open it up to board discussion, and Emily.
Okay, I have to go home soon. It's way past my bedtime. What I'm about to say, I have the opposite view of pretty much all of you in here, and I feel kind of bad saying this, except that this position, I said that I would advocate for the students. And I think that the idea behind this amendment is great, and I have respect for everything that you guys have said. However, I would urge the board to vote no, because just having this play every Monday for the school year, it's going to make kids not appreciate it as much. I see this with the Pledge of Allegiance. Half of my class, first period, says, "I pledge allegiance to the flag." And it's not as, empowering and as patriotic as you may believe it to be. And I understand that this is clearly the unpopular opinion, but especially in high school, I think that we do learn U.S. history so often, and it is very important that we do, and that we understand where, like, the birth of our country and how we came about the rights that we have. However, I don't think that this is the right way to do it. Even the most popular songs can be overplayed, and I think that the idea is there. This just isn't the way to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, would you like to speak? Let Mr. Donnelly speak to his motion first, and then we'll take board comments.
Catherine, could you call up Senator von Imhoff's slide regarding the matrix that showed the schools in Anchorage? It was the yeah.
It might take them a minute to do that. Can you just go ahead?
While
and-
she's doing that, first of all, Mr. Young, my gosh, I had no idea about your father who B-24 missions out of New Guinea. Well, on our wall at home, there's a portrait of Master Sergeant John Donnelly, who flew on B-24s out of New Guinea and was missing in action in World War II. So God bless you and your family, sir. Yeah. Well, it just really moved me to hear you say that. Yeah. The president of the teachers union said that this was an amendment looking for a reason. And I guess just the cold hard facts is the final version of the survey that was done of our elementary schools indicated that 4 schools do no patriotic music at all, elementary schools. The final version of the survey of our secondary schools said that 2 of our major middle schools have no playing of the national anthem at all. Those were the survey results. I found that shocking. That's after 3 attempts to get responses from the schools. This was the final results. So, Tom, that's the reason.
Okay, please, point of order, please. We don't.
Yeah. So, I guess this really stemmed from some complaints I got from parents that their schools weren't doing the Pledge of Allegiance. And I found that hard to believe because we had a board policy and a district policy that said there was a requirement to do that every day. But our surveys indicated there were some schools actually not doing the Pledge of Allegiance, but I think they're all doing it now.
Yes, they
I
are.
think they've got the message from the 3 surveys that were sent out asking them to respond. So I think that problem has been solved, ladies and gentlemen. And there have been arguments about that there isn't enough time in the school day. This would be disruptive, or somehow the first period in school was too busy to have 3 minutes to do the national anthem and the state flag song. I'd call your attention up to that chart up there. The top school up there is the Eagle Academy. They played the national anthem and the state flag song every day at their school. One of the next ones down is Northern Lights ABC. They play the national anthem and the flag song every day at that school. I think that pretty much shoots down the argument that there's not enough time in a school to be able to do this and still have a successful school. In fact, 3 of the most successful, highest ranking schools out of our top 10 schools all play the national anthem and the state flag song every day. So I don't think those arguments really hold water. There's no requirement, just as our current policy with the pledge, that anybody's forced to do this. I mean, nobody's forced to sing the national anthem, nobody's forced to do the Pledge of Allegiance. This is the United States of America, and we don't do that. So there's no question here that this is not forcing anybody to do anything. But the existing policy of the board already mandates that that the pledge should be performed and that patriotic activities should be conducted on a regular basis, but it leaves it up to the board to determine what a regular basis is and what those kinds of activities should be. It's silent about that. And I think it's certainly appropriate that the board establish that playing the national anthem and the Alaska State Flag Song is an appropriate explanation and of what the policy already calls for, and that's regular patriotic activities in our schools. And the survey does indicate that not all schools are doing regular patriotic activities at this time. So unlike most countries around the world where they have homogeneous populations, the United States is a land of many, many cultures and people of different backgrounds all coming together into one country. And, you know, we celebrate our diversity. Recently we're painting trash cans around town to celebrate diversity. I think it's great. We need to recognize that and to celebrate that. At the same time, there's so few things that hold us together as a nation. There's so few things that we share in common as Americans, because we're all from all over the world. People came here. And we've got our Constitution, we've got our Declaration of Independence, we've got our flag, and we've got the national anthem. And as Alaskans, we've got the state flag song. I was born here. I went all 6 of my elementary years at Willow Crest, and from first grade, we didn't have kindergarten back then. There was no public kindergarten. But from first grade, I actually went to Willow Crest the year it was built, first grade. We learned the state flag song, and we learned the national anthem, and we learned a lot of other patriotic music too. I loved it. I mean, the kids I went to school, we all loved those songs. I mean, you know, when Americans sing patriotic songs together, I mean, sociologists say this too. It brings people together in a community. It's something you share as almost a family, something that makes commonality, things that bring you together as Americans, as a nation. I mean, we don't have a whole lot of things like that. We've got some foundational things, but we've got to preserve the ones that we have if we want to continue as a country, as a nation. And I just think this is so important that our students, and I understand that when kids get to be a little bit older, some of this is, you know, they may get tired of it, and I recognize those remarks, and thank you for your comments. Really appreciate them coming from a student. Thank you very much. But I think particularly in the younger years, where kids are learning this foundation of patriotism, which is pursuant to our board policy, very clear we're supposed to be doing this, teaching our kids patriotism. I think it's an essential thing that they be given this instruction and they understand the Alaska flag song and the national anthem. And that's when I think it really means the most to them, in those formative years. So anyhow, you know, for a country to be successful, national unity is a necessity. Now, unity doesn't preclude diversity. Diversity can be very strengthening, but diversity without unity has been the downfall of nations throughout human history. And our founding fathers knew that when they adopted the original national motto of E pluribus unum, from many one. I mean, it recognized that a group of diverse people bringing the strengths of many cultures and uniting them into one culture produced the greatest and strongest nation in the history of mankind. And the national anthem holds us together as as very, very few things do. And it's just, I think, an essential part of our country. Some sociologists have observed that when these patriotic songs are sung, they're not just songs you sang. I mean, it was really common that we would sing them together. Americans sing these songs together. They sang them as students, as families, as neighbors. And it really created a bond. I mean, no matter what else you disagreed with on politics or some, you know, what baseball team was best or what else was going on in your lives, it gave you something to share. It gave you something to feel like, well, this is what part of being an American is, that we have a culture, that we have a heritage, that so many people that came before us did so much to give us this culture and give us this heritage. And, you know, I mean, how moving is it that even in Great Britain and in Canada, and I've seen the videos, God bless the Canadians, of when the tape of the United States national anthem didn't work at a Canadian sports event, the Canadians sang the American national anthem. And, you know, I mean, it's almost from a period of time where we actually invaded Canada, I think, in that same war. But it's just phenomenal respect that our anthem has around the world, and and I think it's just something that the Anchorage School District should recognize and acknowledge how important it is. And right now, we've got schools, at least 2 of our middle schools, because that's what the survey results are, that don't play it at all. It says never. The response to our survey was never. When is the national anthem?
Mr. Donnelly, could you just, because we're limited on time and I don't want to cut you short, but I'd like all board members to be able to have an opportunity to speak.
Absolutely, ma'am. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the time. I appreciate it. I'd just like to say it only takes about 3 minutes to play both songs. And I really appreciate the progress that's been made on the pledge. I'm really happy now the board policy is being followed in all our schools. And I really think that the school board should make the determination that the existing policy actually calls for by passing this resolution and providing that the national anthem and the state flag song be played just the first day of every week. Thank you.
Ms. Hilding?
Thank you. So I just want to clarify some procedure on how this came to be on our agenda. So this was in the governance committee last fall, and I mentioned on the last motion that we decided that Member Donnelly brought it as an already crafted motion, as an already crafted amendment. I would argue that the better governance practice is start with the question, bring in the stakeholders, discuss the implications of different ideas. We heard some fabulous ideas today, 5 days a week doing this. We never got to discuss that. At all times we were considering Member Donnelly's proposed amendment as written. At the end of our, before we voted whether to send this to the board, which we chose not to recommend this to the full board, I did ask Member Donnelly, do you want to just consider this in a more open way? Maybe we say 4 times a month, or just to look at it a broader way. And his choice was to pursue his specific wording. So I think that's very important to be clear on. I would love for us to do a good governance analysis of this policy. I think it's an opportunity for us to practice as we look forward past Destination 2020 to get in those skills on how do we do policy governance. For this kind of policy, I would see us at our June board retreat saying, oh, we're going to review this policy this coming fall. Principals would be on notice. So the report that Member Donnelly referenced, one, it was not a board report. It was two people in the governance committee. And remember, we've really clarified some of these processes over this year. But in the fall, we were going off this 2 persons can request a report, and it's kind of just a general overview. That is the only time the governance committee talked about doing any report. The other updates, I don't know if that was just follow-up individually. But if we were going to do this in a really good governance approach, we would have principals on notice for this fall. They would know that when these surveys came out, oh, the board's really analyzing this. It's not just another drop in their giant 600 emails they get a week pool. And then, you know, they would be alert to thinking of it. I reviewed I won't call it a report. I will review the, you know, quick survey results. And I know in my own daughter's school, the results were not completely reflective of what we do. It was more of a just general quick answer. So I just think that process needs to be clear. I was confused why, you know, I got the email blast to come and support it for this amendment, but, you know, for like the, was like that apprenticeship policy. I think there'd be a lot of people here who might have been interested in testifying on it, but that email blast didn't go out. I don't understand. I'm like confused by that practice of what do we want our board to be doing in our community. Are we trying to lead and be united in what we're trying to govern and build? As we heard Senator von Imhoff talk about, we have to be focused on the most important parts of what we're doing. I do think our board policy does include patriotism, so it is an appropriate one to review. But how we review it, the quality of work we do is really important to getting a big picture. Not only would it you know, catch things like, oh, if somebody wasn't doing the pledge, yeah, the board's watching it, we got to be on that. Gets people thinking, sharing ideas like the great patriotism projects they do at some of our schools where they have a huge assembly that inspires other schools. It gives them time in the summer to be having those conversations. But even more so, it gets to the why of it all. You know, we go to these assemblies and somebody will get up and sing it beautifully. I love the national anthem. I share Mr. Chambers' favorite line, right? It moves me every time, and I'm always happy. In fact, I'll sing it like anytime you guys want it. If you want to like start our meetings with it, happy to do it. But we'll hear performance, and I love the public singing of it. But in doing this review of this policy, we missed that element of it, right? Because it was such a finite issue to look at versus the full policy review. We didn't get to have those conversations of what do we want when we're talking about our performances in our district. Do we want it just to be somebody singing at the start of assembly, or do we want it to be a collective group, you know, somebody leading it, right? We didn't get to have those discussions, and so my hope would be that this would get referred back to governance for that broader review, so that we can really do a good job in setting expectations across our district versus just putting down, you know, almost a management element versus a governance that I think this policy leans more toward. I know Member Donnelly has identified that we can prescribe stuff, but I don't think the depth of consideration for our options and the full depth of this has been sufficient.
Mr. Holloman.
I'd like to move that we refer it back to governance, and if there's a second, I'd like to speak to it, please.
Second.
Thank you. First, I want to clarify. An email went out that suggested if we don't pass this, the anthem and the flag song won't be heard in our schools. And that's the belief I heard from a lot of people that testified. And it's exceptionally frustrating to me that a lot of people came and left and are going to have that feeling inside their heart. It also suggested there's no patriotism in our schools, and it has to be restored by passing this policy. And I'm going to say it's simply not the case. And certainly all of our schools are not alike. But I will say that, first, our board did not take a position of the anthem being too militaristic. And I don't think that characterizes the feelings of the board. I think you have been misled by an email that I'm not sure what the purpose was. I don't experience a lot of displays of patriotism lately, I used to see a color guard present colors to an assembled student body, 800 strong, on a pretty regular basis. I used to see the national anthem performed on a pretty regular basis. I see it sometimes now, but not too often. We say the pledge here once every 2 weeks. I used to hear it every weekday. I used to hear students practicing the anthem in band. I used to see demonstrations by ROTC units. I used to assist with lessons about the revolution and the foundations of our freedom. But I retired and I'm not in a school anymore, so I don't see that with a high level of frequency, but I used to. It used to be a pretty normal part of a week or a month. Patriotism is woven into the fabric of our schools in a lot of different ways. And I know memes on Facebook like to pretend that students get in trouble if they pray, they get in trouble if they wave the flag. You're not allowed to have those kind of things. And I just want to say it's just not true. It's absolutely not true in Anchorage. We've got a couple of schools that aren't saying the pledge every day. Let's go talk to them and find out why. They're anomalies. I don't know if they've got a reason or not, but if we've already got a policy, I'm not sure passing another policy is the answer to getting the first one to work. We've got some co-located schools that share a PA system that don't start at the same time. We have schools where some students arrive late because they're in special programs other places. And so if we do it first thing in the morning, which is what the policy, not a resolution, it's a policy, says, those students miss it. Or do they? Or if a school for some reason doesn't do it as the first thing on the first day of the week, they're in violation of our board policy. And I think we should give them more flexibility. The truth is, all these things that we've talked about tonight, the sacrifice of people, the need to stand up for your country, the things that unify us are things we teach. We don't simply recite them, we teach them. And at times, we do use repetition to teach, but it's not what we use every single time. So I think as a board, before we mandate something to be done in 90-some schools in exactly the same way, at roughly the same times on the same day, we should do our due diligence and find out the best way to instill more patriotism, to instill more unity. And there's nothing harmful about kids singing the Star-Spangled Banner or the flag song, but there is something harmful about a school board that will reach in and manage 5 or 10 minutes out of every day. A lot of schools don't do their morning announcements first thing in the morning, they do them later. So this creates two diversions from the academic setting. They do it at a time when either a class does it as part of a presentation and it's part of the class, so it might be like a third or fourth or fifth hour, or they do it at a time when the most students are on the grounds and will actually hear it. I don't think we've thought about any of that. I don't think we've looked at the way to have this make the most impact. I think it needs to go back to a committee and really be worked, and our intent should be enforced on our schools, but an actual time frame and a specification to a minute should not.
Yeah, I'd like to give every board member an opportunity to speak. Is any other board members would like to speak on this particular amendment? Right, yeah. About bringing it back to the Communications Committee. Mr. Donnelly?
It might be appropriate to send it back to committee for further consideration if we hadn't already had three communications committee meetings on this subject. It was the first one, brought it up, noticed it, made it available for anybody to make any comments or proposed amendments. We went through extensive survey attempts to try to get answers from the schools and make sure that the surveys were accurate. I think it was 3 attempts at trying to make sure the surveys were accurate. If there was amendments you wanted to make, you're free to try to make them to this proposal. If you had counter ideas, you're free to have done those. It's been 8 months that this proposal has been in the process, 8 months. I don't think it's fair at all to send it back to committee at this point of time. It's available for amendment, it's available for revision, it's available to vote down if you don't support it. If you don't support it, I think you should just vote it down. But sending it back to committee where it will just die because it may not get a second to bring it back is not appropriate. I think it's before us now, it's appropriate to vote it up or down, one way or the other. It's a pretty straightforward proposal. It's not complex. It's a simple proposal. Play the national anthem once a week in our schools. If you don't want to do that, vote it down. But don't refer it back to committee because you don't want to be on the record voting it down.
Excuse me, that's a direct insult to me. I'm taking a stand on it. There's a letter that went out that I don't know who sent it, that I think lied. You want to own
We
it?
can talk about that too, okay?
We own it?
Okay,
We can
board
say whether or
members,
not
point
you
of
sent it.
order, point of order. Board members, please conduct yourselves in a professional manner.
I
If-
apologize for saying that, nobody wants to vote on it.
Ms.
okay?
Hildy, I'm going to call on you.
Thank you. So just again, to clarify the process, we only considered it as written. In governance, we can consider a topic, we consider, what makes more sense is to consider the policy, right? That is the policy we are governing. We take the policy and look at its implementation. We see, is there something lacking? Is there something to improve? Part of leadership is building consensus, and we didn't have that for this particular wording. It wasn't just once a week. It was a very particularized thing. I heard a lot of emails saying, oh, cool, once a week would be great. That's not what this motion is. This is a very scripted time and time of the day. That might be a great time to do it. I simply don't know because we haven't gone through that full process because we weren't able to consider.
I'm going to call for the vote on this amendment.
Well, I'd like to be recognized, I have one more thing I'd like to say.
No, I'm calling for the vote.
Well, yeah, you could move the previous question if you wish. And if you get a second, then we can proceed to vote on the previous question.
I'm talking about voting on the amendment that Mr. Holloman
Well, it's actually
recommended.
a motion to refer to committee. It's not an amendment.
Are you making an amendment?
No, I made a motion.
Okay. So we have to still vote on whether we want to move that into committee or
Yes.
if we want to go ahead and vote.
Yes, but to cut off debate, someone needs to move the previous question and it needs to be seconded.
I'm looking at my.
So if nobody's moved the previous question and there hasn't been a second, then I'd like to be recognized to talk.
I'll recognize you to speak, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President. We don't have to move this back to committee to consider other options. Everybody's free to bring forward their own proposals of how to follow the existing board policy, which says the board shall designate other patriotic activities. Anybody can do that. I'm just asking for a vote up or down on my proposal. It doesn't prevent anybody else from bringing any other ideas they've got forward, however they want to do that. But you don't need to send this specific proposal back to committee to accomplish that. So I don't know what the real reason is for sending this back to committee if that's not, if that can't be the reason.
Mr. Holloman.
I'm just saying, in the case of a school where you have two schools in one building starting at different times, when do they play it? Or do they play it twice?
I would say that they play at the beginning of the school day when they first start, but that could be easily addressed through an AR. We do lots of things through administrative regulations that clarify that.
Do we have any other board members that would like to speak at this time? I just want to make sure we give the opportunity for every board member to speak. And we are running out of time. So if we can, Ms. Hildy.
Thank you. Yeah, again, I would just like to, the points Member Hollenbrook has brought up are important parts of how we do policy analysis on this board. When we look at how our policies are being implemented, it has to be a purposeful, planned process. I think I've said that many times this year. The focus that our board needs on what are we going to do? Are we going to decide at our board retreat on what we're going to do this year? Or are we going to pick and choose throughout the year without giving notice and bringing stakeholders into the process so we can see the full implications of the decisions we make? I'm a strong advocate for that more prudent approach. My reasoning for putting it back to governance is because I think it is a worthy policy to review for all the reasons we heard tonight, but it needs to be done in a good way. I don't want to say that. In a properly analyzed way.
Yeah, Ms. Mitchell.
So we did discuss this in governance, and we did hear from people in our fine arts department. We heard how we weave civics throughout so much of what we do. We have many patriotic songs in our music program. We have the Star Spangled Banner sung at pretty much every assembly and every sporting event and every competition that we do. My children all know the flag song upside down and backwards. I think we should call the vote on this, and I don't know if technically we can do that, if we've got a referral to committee on the floor, but I am prepared to vote on this, and I think we should call a vote.
Well, I've been waiting to make my comments based on the rest of the board members making their comments. And first of all, I want to say that as far as going back to committee, whether this is voted up or down, it can still go back to committee, and we can relook at what we're looking at. But what I want to say is that as I hear everyone out here, I'm as patriotic as the next person. My father was Special Forces. He went to Vietnam twice. I was with him when he got spit on. It is emotional, and I don't say that it's not. I've served in the military. My husband has served in the military. I think it has property of Uncle Sam stamped on my butt. But I don't agree with this amendment. I'll just tell you that right now. I don't think that this is going to do, I think that with our schools now, and I'm in a different position, and I know I went to DOD schools, and I don't remember ever singing the national anthem or any other song. I always remember saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and it doesn't make me any less patriotic than the next person. And what I learned was morals from home and patriotism from my family. And it's, we're in a position right now at our schools where we're feeding kids, we're clothing kids, we're social mentors. We've got kids that are bringing their money to school because they can't hide it at home. We are becoming so much to every student that I don't think that you can put on the school system that now we're responsible for patriotism. It starts with everybody. It doesn't just start with schools. And we are doing the national anthem. And when I talk about, when you say 5 minutes in the morning, you look at these other schools further down the line, those are our Title I schools that come to school with trauma every day. And those teachers are trying to feed them in the morning. They are trying to calm them down. They are doing some exercises to help them engage them so that they can start the day of learning. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just don't think that it's appropriate at this level. And I'll be voting against it. And I do think if there's no one else that wants to speak, that we should have the vote. Nope, we're voting on the motion.
We have a motion that is seconded to refer it to committee.
Okay, well, we'll vote on the motion to all those student vote. And this is on the motion to refer it back to committee.
No.
Board members, please vote.
Glasses
Did I vote on the right thing? So that motion passes to move it back into committee, 4 yeas and 3 nays.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 132 and ratify the administration's proposal to temporarily revise the attendance boundaries of Birchwood and Homestead Elementary Schools to accommodate Eagle River Elementary School. The recommended boundary modification will be implemented at the beginning of the 2019-2020 school year.
Second.
Is there any testimony on this item?
Miranda also, my daughter goes to Birchwood. Excuse me. I wanted to speak in support of this motion. I think the community has seen a lot of really great support coming together for this, and I think that this is a really creative attempt to, by the time we need to determine what we're going to do long-term with these schools. And I think that modifying the boundaries makes it so that families can stay together, so that there's the least impact to the district outside of it, and I strongly urge you to support it. Thank you.
Hi, Binkley Sims. I'll be quick. I agree with the boundaries as they are drawn. I just wanted to mention something that I don't know if it's been considered or not. Some of the students in the new Birchwood ABC boundary are also zoned for Chugach High School and I believe also Mirror Lake. They are zoned for Chugach High School and Greening Middle School. I think it would be a better choice to send those kiddos to Mirror Lake so we could have an extra or another classroom back at Birchwood ABC. So right now I think the proposed numbers use 7 more classrooms at Birchwood, and we would prefer to have 1 more classroom for art, health, special ed, and resource. So my question is, and I don't know if it has been considered and if it's even relevant in the conversation about the boundaries, but if we could consider rezoning those middle school kids to Mirror Lake and freeing up that 6th grade classroom at Birchwood ABC.
Thank you. Thank you. So is there anyone else that would like to testify on this memorandum? 132. If not, I'll open up for board discussion. Mr. Foster.
I was just going to follow up on the public question, whether the administration had a chance to look at that particular combination that was mentioned.
Combination of the 6th graders?
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's a couple other things that we could do too in terms of the question about space, and that is the issue of relocatables. So that would, if their question was about having extra classroom space there for that reason, one of the criteria we'd used was to try to do the least amount of disruption of students as possible. So carving that off and moving those students to do that, to have the extra classroom space, would be another disruption. So that would have to be taken into consideration. But as far as space goes, that's something that can be discussed in terms of the use of relocatables if need be.
Mr. Foster.
I'm going to defer to the local knowledge of Ms. Snelling because I don't have enough on-the-ground knowledge to have an informed opinion. So let me know if you want to take some additional time on this, or you want to just move forward with these boundary changes and then examine space as a separate issue.
I know that overall as a community, we've constantly, wanted to look at a 6-8, model for greening. That has not changed. It's probably only been reinforced, with recent events and stuff like that. Whether that needs to become an absolute through this policy or through this, approval right now, I don't know that it does. I think it's something we can probably build in, some space or alternatives for, students that might be ready to make that switch a whole lot easier. I think we can do it that way without actually postponing this vote.
Any other comments or questions or anything, Ms. Mitchell?
Well, I know a lot of time has gone into connecting with the community, getting input, looking at all the various options, and so I am happy to accept the recommendations of the committee and the administration and vote yes on this.
Okay. There's no other discussion. Will the board vote, please? And that passes, that motion carries with 7 yeas. At this time, we have non-action items, and is there any non-action item that board members want to pull?
I actually don't want to pull one. I just wanted to ask where we ran to this time 2 weeks ago. The CIP did not make it onto the action items for this time around. But we never made it to it. We had to cut off.
Yeah, we did vote on it.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
I didn't think we
Yeah,
did.
we did. Yeah, we voted on it.
Okay, all right.
Trust me. Yeah, we did vote on it. Okay, are there any non-action items that board members want to pull?
I do have a couple of questions on the ELA adoption, but I don't, given the late time of night, maybe it's more appropriate to ask them when it's an action item.
Okay. Or you can email the questions at a time. As far as new business, I do have a couple of things I need to bring up. As Miss Emily noted, the SAB, as we've talked about having a joint school board SAB meeting, Student Association Board meeting, and they have proposed April 3rd. So I'd like to put that on the action items, I think, non-action, if board members are okay with that, to vote on whether we want to move forward with that. Is everyone okay with putting that on action instead of, okay. And the other item was, yeah. The other one is, and I will send, well, actually I have the letter, so I'll hand it out to everyone. We received a letter from the president of the Fairbanks School Board that they want us to join in a resolution with them, and so I'll be handing that out, hard copy to everyone tonight so that you can take a look at that. And I'd like to have that discussion also at our next board meeting. Mr. Foster, you look deep in thought. Okay.
Just looking forward to the presentation tomorrow with the House Finance and taking that into account as we evaluate the resolution.
Okay, great. Any other new business by the board? Okay, any comments or closing comments? All right, we're adjourned.